everybody, and welcome to the second day of the European Regional Forum on Hate Speech, Social Media and Minorities. I'm happy that you are joining us for this third thematic session, which addresses the regulation of online hate speech, the role and responsibility of intergovernmental organizations, states, internet companies, and social media platforms. We have three excellent panelists, and we hope to have good time for discussions subsequently as well. I will introduce each of the panelists to you in the order in which you will hear them. The first speaker is Professor Tarlok McGonigal, who's a professor of media law and information society at the University of Leiden's Law School, and also a senior researcher and lecturer at the Institute of Information Law at the University of Amsterdam. He is the founder and co-chair of the Working Group on Human Rights in the Digital Age in the Netherlands Network for Human Rights Research, and a member of the Euromedia Research Group. He is also a member of the Council of Europe's Committee of Experts on Hate Speech and was principal drafter of the Tallinn Guidelines on National Minorities and the Media in the Digital Age. Our second panelist is Ms. Fadzai Madzingira, who's a content policy manager at Facebook London and has been with Facebook since 2016. At Facebook, she is on the team that writes and interprets the policies governing what content people can share on Facebook. In this respect, she is the global lead for the hate speech and slurs policy and is responsible for overseeing policy and project development in that area. Last but not least, we have Professor Hannah Orșolia Vincei, who's a professor of communications at Babes Bolyai University in Romania. She holds a PhD from Central European University, Budapest, and was a recipient of a Chevening Scholarship at the University of Oxford. Her interests focus on the uses of socio-political concepts and languages, not least in relation to media and social media. She is currently principal investigator of a project examining the domestication of foreign news in East Central Europe. And she is also a senior researcher on a project analyzing dangerous speech, hate speech, and offensive speech in Romanian and Hungarian public Facebook contexts. So it is very clear, evident, that the three panelists will guide us in a wonderful way in introducing this topic. Each of them will speak 10 minutes, and then we open the floor for interventions and comments, with a focus being on recommendations that the UN Special Rapporteur can take forward in this arena. I'd like to remind you that this session is being live streamed on YouTube and will also be posted subsequently. There is interpretation in Russian, and I hope those that will benefit from it already are aware of that and are accessing that. The interpretation button can be found at the bottom of the screen, and you might need to expand your Zoom in order to see it, but I wish I could have shared that in Russian. Finally, you'll know that the raise hand function can be found at the bottom of the Zoom window. We'll ask you to raise your hand when it comes to interventions. But first, let's hand the floor over to Tarlok. The next 10 minutes is yours, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for the floor. Thank you very much to the Special Rapporteur, Professor de Varenne, and to Director Biro of the Tom Lantos Institute for the kind of invitation to participate in this very important meeting. Thank you also very much to all the staff of the Tom Lantos Institute for the very thorough preparations of this event. I'll hit the ground running. I'll pick up on the discussion exactly where we left off yesterday afternoon. Yesterday's speakers did today's speakers a great service by providing such detailed insights into the complexity of hate speech targeting minorities and how to regulate it. The challenge then for this panel is to explore whether the issues discussed yesterday have actually found their way into specific regulatory and policy approaches to counter online hate speech. Unlike the other speakers, I will reveal my recommendations at the outset, so there will be no ta-da moment at the end. I'll reveal them at the outset because I would like to use them to organize the rest of my talk. So my three key recommendations are, first of all, we need a comprehensive set of differentiated and complementary strategies to counter the varied harms caused by hate speech, and that also applies online. My second key recommendation is that we need a human rights-driven approach. This entails robust protection for freedom of speech, but no protection for hate speech. My third key recommendation is that we need to have a strong sense of technological awareness. We need neutral general principles grounded in human rights, which can be applied to specific technological situations, including social media. So without further ado, my first recommendation, let me tease it out a little bit. A comprehensive regulatory and policy framework should provide for the range of differentiated and complementary strategies needed to effectively combat all types of hate speech in all its manifestations. We've seen yesterday that hate speech can take different forms. The term itself is a shorthand term that denotes a range, a whole spectrum of hateful expressions, which vary in terms of the harms that they cause for different minorities. So we should have responses, including legal responses, that are tailored to the different types of expressions on that spectrum. The framework should comprise civil and criminal law measures, but with the latter only when necessary and appropriately calibrated, as well as information, educational, and cultural measures. This is also very important online, as we heard yesterday. Digital media skills are crucial for finding our way, protecting ourselves, and making sense of the online environment. This system should also include suitable preventive measures to tackle intolerance, hatred, and other various contributory causes of hate speech, as well as remedial and, where necessary, punitive measures to redress actual instances of hate speech. None of this will be achieved in practice without having a strong multi-stakeholder approach. And this involves developing constructive dialogue between states, regulatory bodies, online actors, civil society organizations, and, very importantly, minorities. This is essential for the framework's implementation. Now, this recommendation has various implications for the international and European levels. I think one of the big challenges for this panel is to see how the general human rights standards at both the international and European levels have specific relevance for minorities and in the online environment. Sometimes extra effort is required to translate these more general standards into something specific and meaningful and effective for the specificity, as I say, of the interests and needs of minorities, and specifically in the online environment. So what's important, I think, in the UN context is that the full panoply of the United Nations legal and political standards and mechanisms should be consistently and concertedly deployed to counter hate speech. Positional awareness is key here. It's very important to know what's going on in every nook and cranny of the UN system. As Gustave Flaubert once wrote about his famous market scene in Madame Bovary, il faut que ça hurle par l'ensemble. It must roar in its entirety. So the challenge is to see which standards can be applied directly or analogously to minorities in the online context. It's only when we have the complete full picture that we can see where the cracks are and what can be fruitfully used. So in addition to the very useful overview of relevant reference points that we received from various speakers yesterday, I would also like to flag the importance of ICERD, the International Convention on for the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, and in particular, General Recommendation 35, which actually sets out a new course for the interpretation of relevant provisions of that convention. Its value lies in the guidance that it provides on how to try to preempt hate speech by fostering opportunities for dialogue and understanding. It also provides insights into the complicated roles played by the media and internet in disseminating and countering hate speech. Because remember, as we heard yesterday, and as I mentioned a moment ago, not all strategies have to be based on law. There's an awful lot to be said for creating dialogical opportunities and fostering understanding between different groups in society. These are forms of counter speech that have a preventive effect. And this is very, very important. So we shouldn't be fixated on hate speech alone and the absence of a legally binding definition. We need to look at the broader context of other potentially problematic types of speech and the empowerment value of freedom of expression for minorities. At the European level, we've heard plenty of detail about the Council of Europe system yesterday. I won't just underscore that again and say that also, in particular, the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, with the synergies between Articles 6 and 9, and the Advisory Committee has really developed a rich insights into how that can be operationalized in practice, and the role of the media and online media in fostering dialogue and understanding between different groups. The Tallinn guidelines I will come back to in some detail in a moment, but this was an earnest attempt to bring all of the general international and European standards together and really spell out the implications for national minorities. And the title refers to the digital age. That's predominantly online, but not exclusively. So again, broader context is required. I'm in trouble with time already. I'll speed up, Madam Chair. Apologies. The human rights driven approach, again, it was stressed yesterday, freedom of expression and minority rights are complementary and rather than competing and clashing. There is great empowerment value in freedom of expression, and the media, including online media, can play an instrumental role in that regard. Also, a really deep human rights approach will look at the everyday realities of hate speech targeting minorities of different kinds, not just in the types of minorities envisaged by Article 27 ICCPR, but also on the grounds of gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, disability, and age. And I think it's very important to look at intersectionality, as was mentioned yesterday. And I commend the chair's previous work on this, as I've always found it very instructive. And then my third recommendation, technological awareness. To effectively counter hate speech targeting minorities via social media, it's necessary to engage with the broader ecosystem of online communication, in which social media are important actors, of course, but alongside many other important actors. A focus on social media is only one aspect of the wider complex dynamics of online hate speech. Now, the ecosystem of online communication is dominated by a small number of private, multinational corporate actors, sometimes collectively referred to as big tech companies. So much discourse takes place via their private network services and fora that they exert huge influence on public debate. They've emerged as new gatekeepers in the online world, and they largely control or channel the free flow of information online. This is largely explained by the scale of their operations and the positions of dominance that they have achieved. Now, it's very understandable then that they are coming under increased pressure to raise their game by preventing and blocking access to hate speech via their networks. Now, these big tech companies aren't subject to the same obligations as states under international human rights law, but they do nevertheless have responsibilities to respect human rights. There's been a whole movement within the UN, which has gained a lot of political traction around the Ruggie principles, that's trying to spell out what these responsibilities entail in practice. And this is also true of the online environment. I'm conscious of time, I'll be very quick. You know, even though there's been a lot of political traction around this corporate social responsibility and raising corporate companies' human rights engagement and respect, it hasn't yet been grounded in hard legal standards and regimes. So what's important here is to look at regimes of transparency and accountability, systems of governance and oversight, including appeals mechanisms, human rights impact assessments, and due diligence. We do see a move towards this, but it hasn't yet resulted, as I say, in legally binding standards. And I think a constructive dialogue is very important here. We have to realize the scale and sophistication and complexity of the operations of some of these big tech companies, but we must also remember that there are a lot of other online players and intermediaries that are much smaller in scale and nevertheless also play a very important role in the online environment. I will leave it at that, having flagged a number of issues, and I've got plenty of material for the questions and answers, and I would be in particular happy to drill down into the Tallinn guidelines and give explicit, specific examples of how the Tallinn guidelines try to capture all of this and translate them into concrete measures that can be adopted by online actors and states in order to ensure that the protection of minorities against hate speech is effective, but also prior to that, that there are sufficient and meaningful opportunities for minorities to have dialogical fora and engagement with other groups in society. Thank you, and apologies for slightly overshooting.
Thank you very much, Tarek. That was an excellent way to begin. You covered a lot of ground, and Fadzai Madzingira, we would be delighted if you would speak next. Perhaps you could pick up also some of the issues raised by Tarek. Over to you for the next 10 minutes. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. I'm just gonna get my timer going because I have a habit of always overshooting when I get an opportunity. Thanks so much, everyone. What I'm going to try and do is to talk a little bit about what my team does and how we do that, as well as some of the pillars in which we engage with defining some of the more difficult elements when it comes to hate. I think I might also pick up on what was already previously raised. Thank you so much for how we start to think about principles that are rooted either in the Rabat principles or in human rights principles, and how those can show in our hate speech policies when we start to think about scaling, and in the nature that Facebook has had to. So to take a step back, as I was introduced, I am a member of the content policy team, and what that means is, for all intents and purposes, we write and interpret the community standards. What we do requires what we call a cross-functional effort across the company. So where my team is focused on policy, we work closely, obviously, with engineering and operations teams, but my focus here will be the policy aspect of what the company does in our fight against hate speech. Our policies as a whole cover 22 different areas. And as highlighted, I focus specifically on hate speech and slurs. My background is in constitutional labor law, but our team actually comes from a diverse background. Some people who have worked in child safety, in law enforcement, or even in the public space across the European Union, or even in many parts of the Americas. I think it's really interesting that it was noted that despite our focus being on hate, our policies need to cover multiple areas, including bullying and harassment, including graphic violence, including violence and incitement. The reasoning for that is our core center principle of wanting to remove content that could lead to harm, and the definitional element of what is harm. And that's everything from severe emotional distress right down to possible what one could consider real life harm, though I would argue that what happens online is real life, especially when you're the target. The reason I want to call that out is that though something may not fall under hate, I think it's important that in trying to remove harmful content, that we think through multiple different layers of where that content may fall. I call this out because I may focus on hate speech, but there's a lot of content that our hate speech policy might not capture that is then captured under bullying and harassment, violence and incitement, or graphic content, for example. Now, in writing our policies, the first thing that we have to think about is we have a community of over 2 billion people. And what I am grateful for is the constant reference to scale. Our policies are global in nature, which often shocks people. And I'm going to talk about why, especially when you think about hate speech, it might be surprising. Hate speech, historically, one would consider you must have a local context in order to understand whether something is targeted. Though our hate speech policies are global, we have reviewers that come from different parts of the world that help provide us that context. Because they are global, we are not bound by the idea of having jurisdictional limits in how our pillars. In fact, we've had to come up as a company with what pillars would drive us to ensure that the policy is in the right place. And the 3 pillars my team has come up with is that the policy must be principled, it must be operable, and it must be explicable. By principled, we would then speak to, is it removing content that could lead to harm while balancing the really difficult nature of allowing for freedom of expression. That is the reason that becomes really important, is given the diversity and nature of people on our platform. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of different cultures, languages, and backgrounds. All of that needs to be balanced, and with the recognition that content may be offensive, but it's not necessarily harmful. And the distinction element of having to draw the line between the two is something that one really needs to engage with in different regions. Another aspect is operability and scale. Despite having something on a piece of paper, it means very little if it's not clear that it can be consistently and equitably applied. We believe very strongly that if it's not equitably applied, then the more likelihood is that it's going to be disadvantageous against minority groups and or people who live in emerging markets. And so operability becomes a really strong theme for us. And that's where the definitional elements are going to be really important, which I'm going to speak to right now. And then the most important part is that it needs to be explicable. I need to be able to sit here and talk through how we got to where the line is and why the line is where it is. So with that, I want to give an example of how we would write one of our policies. And I think I'm going to give one of our more recent changes is how we defined exclusion. And hopefully it will try and present how we thought about those pillars. And I also think might be a helpful framework as we think about definitions during this discussion. When we had to define, under our hate speech policy, we remove content that excludes individuals on the basis of a protected characteristic. That seems easy enough when you say something like no Muslims allowed or no Black people allowed. But if you say something like women should not be allowed to work, is it exclusion? And if it's exclusion, exclusion from what? Our reviewers then require a very clear line as to what should be considered exclusion and what shouldn't be. We went through an 8-9 month process where we talked to multiple different constitutional lawyers around the world, as well as individuals who actually run groups on our platform to discuss what is the importance of having a Black women's only space versus what is the dangers in having spaces that in and of themselves can often incite or create some form of hate. And where we landed after our 8-month process in engaging both outside the company with these experts, as well as inside the company with many of our own teams who work around the world, is the strong advice we were given is to have a human rights-based approach. And so if you go to our hate speech policy now, you will see that it says that we do not allow exclusion on the basis of protected characteristics. Exclusion can be political, economic, or social. And therefore saying women should not be allowed to work would constitute an economic exclusion because they're being denied the ability to participate in the workforce. The reason for such a strict line is that it ensures that our 17,000 plus reviewers, are then able to very clearly, when they see the piece of content appear in front of them after it's been reported, can clearly mark it as exclusion under hate speech because the definitional elements have been put in. And I would argue probably this is the hardest part of being able to write a clear and principled guidance for hate speech policy is often the operations piece. I'm conscious of time. And so very quickly, a couple of things that I wanted to pull out, as well as referencing some of the recommendations. One, in writing these and thinking about minority groups, is how do you make sure that you're leaving room for raising awareness while recognizing the possible impact of re-triggering of groups? So this we think about a lot when it comes to our slurs policy, that often people will share, I might share that I went to the store this morning, someone called me the N-word, I can't believe this happened. And ensuring that how do we make sure that that's clearly allowed on the platform, while recognizing that for a lot of groups, merely seeing the term, even in the reference of raising awareness, may be triggering, and who should bear the onus of clarifying the intent of their speech. Making sure that we allow space for the criticism of institutions. In many parts of post-colonial Africa, it's important that they be able to attack Christianity, they be able to attack their government, even though many people consider governments as representations of the nations in which they exist. And then also, how do you change with your community? We've had to expand a lot of our work over the last 2-3 years as we start to think about the visual hate and how it exhibits on the platform. You may have also heard some of the work that we did around harmful stereotypes, which actually took us 15 months to write, given that we really needed to think about what is the historical nature of considering a stereotype and when is it harmful. Canadians are nice is a stereotype, but it's not harmful. Jews run the world is a stereotype and can be connected back right past Nazism and Nazi Germany. So how do you start to make the distinction between the two, and who draws that line, who's in the room when that line is drawn, and what examples are used? And then last, I have 1 minute. Very quickly, I would also like to agree the importance of placing human rights at the heart of our strategy. When we start to think about the digital space, I made reference to the Rabat principles and the importance of how government and companies could really place this at the heart of the debate of dealing with not just hate speech, but harmful content on the platform. I also think that it's important that we start to think about counter speech, as I mentioned. So in writing these rules in our desperate attempt to remove harmful content, how are we also ensuring that we're leaving room for people to counter the speech and speak to the education and removal of the speech within their own communities, while giving them space and support to do so? I'm going to stop with 20 seconds left, and then hopefully we can do a lot more of this conversation over question and answer.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Fadzai. And it's great to hear from your insights and all the evidence and experience you've built up. Or shall we hand over straight to you so that we leave a lot of time for discussion? Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much for including me. I will try and be brief and conscious of the time, and I will focus on aspects of hate speech that are not currently regulated on social media platforms, but will need to be regulated in the future. Let's call these the future challenges or imminent challenges. And I have 3 of these to propose. The first one pertains to content that triggers hate speech, but it's not hate speech in itself. There's the problem of visual incitement to hate. And there's the issue of emergent social categories that are targeted by hateful content. And now to my first point, I would like to propose that in the future, we will need to monitor content that triggers hate speech and work out some sort of norms of interventions. And what I mean is that right now, both the research and regulators tend to focus on 2 things. On the one hand, we have the platforms, and there are all these huge debates around responsibility and accountability, and as we've heard, whether they should be mindful of their implications in terms of human rights and all the legal framework. On the other hand, we have the perpetrators. We have people or actors, it's just people, who post content, mostly comments that qualify as hate speech, let's say by Facebook's community standards or by national legislation. And there's much research that goes into this, and there's the issue of various definitions, legal definitions, national legislation, etc. And what I'm proposing is that our research is proposing that there's a level in between. There is social media content which is not hate speech, but triggers hate speech. And a comparison with traditional media might help me make my point. In legacy news media or heritage news media or journalism proper, let's say, put it this way, there is a norm that prohibits indexing certain features of actors unless it is relevant for the events proper. For example, if there's a car accident, it is considered unethical to mention or index, as we call it in news research, the ethnicity of the driver, so as not to suggest that some people are worse drivers than others. And in social media, there is no such norm. And we ran a research on target groups of hate speech on public Facebook pages in Romania and Hungary. And by target groups, we meant vulnerable groups like ethnic minorities, refugees, religious communities, or sexual minorities. And what we found that there were page categories that generate the threads which include frequent mentions or indexing of target groups. And these are pages of politicians and political parties. Now, obviously, there's a context here. We are all aware of this, that politics has become more emotional, and we live in this attention economy. So actors have learned how to trigger emotional responses. And hate is an emotional response, and we have all these actors who know how to trigger it without actually engaging into or using terms which would qualify or turn up algorithmically as a slur or discriminatory talk. And the biggest challenge is I think, how this process of triggering online hate can be regulated somehow or dealt with. This again is a challenge that is not new. When the possibility of commenting was first introduced on news media pages, we had this trolling, flaming, incitement to hate, which used to be a big problem. So national legislations have started to introduce the responsibility of the media pages, not only for the editorial content, but also for the comments. And as we know, what happened was that many media pages then only let people comment on Facebook, and as if it were, they passed the whole problem to the social media platform and let Facebook deal with it. But another thing happened too. It was obvious that some content was more prone to trigger hateful comment than others, so that there were media organizations that made decisions on whether or not to allow comments on articles on the Holocaust, for example. And as we remember, much effort went into developing content moderation practices. And something similar will need to happen with the larger social media pages. Of course, I'm aware that what I'm claiming here is that either the platforms or the page owners will or should have editorial responsibility. And I do not claim that we know as yet how this can be regulated or enforced, but this is one of the imminent challenges. And we also will need to contemplate whether we can have a category for incitement to hate speech, and not just for hate speech or incitement to hate. My second point is also related to the problem of the type of content that triggers hate speech. We know that in social media, and especially Facebook, which is the dominant social media platform in Eastern Europe, visual content is much more popular than text, and visual content triggers more reactions. Now, this of course also means that hate speech can both be committed and triggered by graphic representations, and that we know that these represent a major challenge for regulation. Let me give you just one example. Recently, the Romanian National Council for Combating Discrimination sanctioned a well-known public intellectual in the country for posting an image of birds. They were crows on a fence, which was interpreted as a reference to the Roma inhabiting the settlement indicated in the post. And there's context. Obviously, the name of the bird is used in Romanian language as a denigratory reference to the Roma, and the decision stated that this was discriminatory. And the decision also said that it took into account the timing of the post and the fact that the person posting it was a known figure, which is to say it took into account context. And this is again an example of content which cannot be automatically associated with the protected characteristics of groups of people, and we cannot possibly ban images of birds. But we can see whether a content posted triggers hateful comments, and maybe we can work out modes of interventions when we see that something is triggering hate, even if that content in itself cannot be described in terms of hate or emotions, because it's a picture of a bird. Third, in our research, we ran an analysis identifying frequent targets of hate speech along with other offensive expressions, and we did some machine learning to see whether there are other emergent categories. And what we saw was that in Romania, for example, discourses about the Roma were connected with discourses about welfare recipients and pensioners and the poor. And in other terms, what we saw that there are other social categories that are targeted in the same terms as the groups with the protected characteristics, which leads us to the next challenge. We will need to understand which are the emerging groups targeted by hate speech in various contexts. And obviously there's a local context here too, with the story of the economic crisis and all these political discourses legitimating austerity measures in terms of reforms necessary, and political as well as social media discourses started targeting the poor and welfare recipients. At least this is what happened in our context. And sometimes even pensioners became targets of scapegoating and hate speech. And in the current context of the virus pandemic, for which we are here on Zoom and not face-to-face, we might see other social categories emerging as hate speech targets, depending on context. So hence my third point. Our third imminent challenge is to identify the emerging categories that are targeted by hateful content and maybe include social origin or social categories among protected characteristics. And I will conclude by saying that in order to work out all these challenges, there will need to be much better access for local researchers to data. Public discourses used to be in the public domain. Nowadays, this is the case legally, but it's not the case in terms of research. Much of this is not accessible to local researchers who might be better placed to work out, for example, the locally emerging social categories. So we would use this platform to argue for better access for researchers to social media data. Thank you so much for including me and letting me make these comments.
Thank you so much to all three panelists. They provided a diverse but very insightful and thought-provoking set of contributions. And I'm pleased now to open the floor for interventions. For these interventions, the time limit is 2 minutes. Each person will be allowed to speak. If we happen to have time at the end, we will then open it again for a second set of recommendations. A number of you have already put up your hands. I will be alerted to them in order, so that's the order in which I will call you to speak. I'd like to remind you that to remain on topic and to respect UN values and principles when referring to countries and territories. The UN Special Rapporteur in particular has asked us to repeat the warning that if the language is unacceptable to the United Nations, regrettably, we will have to cut you off. I will remind you also of the focus of this thematic session, which is about the role and responsibility of intergovernmental organizations, states, internet companies, and social media platforms. So it will be wonderful if your comments and preferably your recommendations show a balance in addressing each of these. So now the first speaker that I can see, and sometimes I can't see your full name, so apologies if please repeat your name if I've butchered it in not pronouncing it correctly or don't have the full name in front of me with your Zoom name. So MS Seeberger, your 2 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. My name is Marie-Sarah Seberger. I'm from Paris, France, and I am a member of the WJC Jewish Diplomatic Corps, the flagship program of the World Jewish Congress, the representative body of Jewish communities in 100 countries. I am also the digital communication manager for CRIF, which is the representative council of the French Jewish institutions. I deal with online hate speech on a daily basis, and especially with online anti-Semitism. What I have learned during the past few years is that there are 2 steps in order to regulate online hate speech. The first one is to recognize for the internet companies and social media platforms their responsibility on what they offer every day to billions of users. The second one is to have strong tools to educate citizens and users, but also intergovernmental organizations and big internet platforms. So my 2 recommendations would be the following. First, define anti-Semitism to fight it. During the past few years, it occurred to organizations such as the World Jewish Congress and CRIF that even the definition of anti-Semitism was not clear for everyone. The European Parliament, the Council of the European Union, as well as 27 member states have endorsed the IHRA definition. This definition, the working definition of anti-Semitism, should be the main and official guidance for platforms to identify and counter anti-Semitic content. This way, the so-called gray zone will no longer be gray. My second recommendation would be to educate fact-checkers and content moderators about anti-Semitism. Along with the use of the IHRA working definition of anti-Semitism as a reference point, educating monitors, fact-checkers, and content moderators is the key. This will ensure their effective work to address anti-Semitism online. At CRIF in France, we work every day with the biggest social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Google. We benefit from a trusted flagger status that allows us to report hate content faster and better. Over the years, we developed strong professional relationships with social network platforms and regularly send them documents and guidance. Very recently, due to a common effort, the Facebook page of the anti-Semitic and Holocaust denier Dieudonné has been closed, as well as his YouTube channel. We believe there is now a certain awareness within the biggest social media platforms. We do need more and more concrete actions toward combating online hate speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your intervention. If you'd be kind enough to also type it in the chat, it will really help the reporting of the session. Natalia, you're next, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. So my name is Natalia Panouria. I am a human rights expert at the Greek Permanent Mission here in Geneva. And thank you to the organizers for this fruitful discussion. I hope for the best results, and I hope that the following will serve also as recommendations. So regulating online speech presents a difficult challenge for our societies. Indeed, striking a balance between the fundamental rights to freedom of opinion and expression on one side and the need for protection of persons from abuse on the other touches upon values which are central to the way we conceive our societies. As the online realm gains an importance in our everyday lives, including due to the COVID-19 pandemic, so does the question of online hate speech gain in urgency. Greece's stance on the matter is clear. We stand firmly against hate speech, both online and offline. This fact is reflected in both our legislation and our policies. We ratified in 2016 the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime and the additional protocol on the criminalization of acts of racist and xenophobic nature committed through computer systems. Furthermore, our legal framework on racism and discrimination was overhauled in 2017 and provides for the criminalization of hate crimes and hate speech. To ensure a better understanding of this important matter, training activities and workshops have been organized in cooperation with the Council of Europe and the OSCE on hate speech and hate crimes, addressed mainly to the country's public prosecutors and members of the judiciary. Hate speech online is a matter where staying ahead of the curve is of essence. The Ministry of Justice, therefore, actively participates in the European Commission's subgroup on countering hate speech online and takes into consideration all new developments and initiatives on this field. Central to the protection against online hate speech in Greece is Law 4285 of 2014, which punishes inter alia public incitement to acts of activities which may result to discrimination, hatred, or violence against individuals or groups of individuals defined inter alia by reference to race, color, religion, descent, national or ethnic origin, in a manner which endangers public order or threatens life, liberty, or physical integrity of the above-mentioned persons. Persons belonging to minorities are unfortunately more likely to be targeted through online hate speech. Greece spares no effort in the implementation of its legislation against hate speech, seeking to ensure that the human rights of the members of its Muslim minority are promoted, respected, and fulfilled in full, and its rights as the per 1923 Lausanne Treaty ensured. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Natalia. I know this sounds like a contradiction, but we would also like you to speak slowly so that the interpreters are able to interpret. I know we're pressed for time, but I'd appreciate other speakers considering it. Melek.
Yes, I understand. I will also copy the whole content of my speech in your chat. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Melek, please, would you speak next? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Melek Kırmaca Arık, and I represent the Federation of Western Thrace Turks in Europe, an NGO representing the Turkish community in Western Thrace, Greece. And the FURA Fundamental Rights Report notes that the several EU member states had not correctly transposed and applied the relevant EU legislation concerning hate speech. And the report notes that incitement to hatred and hate speech and people with minority backgrounds continue to experience harassment, violence, and ethnic and racial discrimination. In Greece, historically, the Turks of Western Thrace were seen as reminiscent of the era of the Ottoman period, and such views have produced an understanding of minorities as Trojan horses, which are seen as hindrances to national unity and integrity, as well as public order. And during a period of deteriorating relations between Turkey and Greece, a military unit affiliated to the 4th Corps in Ksanti carried out a military exercise and training on the streets of a Turkish village. And after the media coverage of this military exercise, a website known for its opposition to the Western Thrace Turkish community published a photo of a house in Glavki village and targeted the house from where the photo might have possibly taken. And the annual report released by the Racist Violence Recording Network in Greece notes that there is a trend in incidents of everyday racist violence against Greek citizens, which targeted them as less Greek on grounds of ethnic origin. Government representatives, as well as regional and local representatives and media representatives, should refrain from the racist rhetoric that normalizes and encourages xenophobic reactions. And governments, as well as Greece, should effectively strengthen their mechanisms for identifying hate speech on social media platforms, which may lead to the manifestation of hate crime, as well as imposition of relevant sanctions. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much. And the next intervention, and you'll excuse my informality, I'm using Oxford University informality here. Olena, you're the next speaker, please. Olena Bogdan.
Madam Moderator, it says that my video was stopped by the host. I cannot turn it on.
Nevertheless, would you like to speak?
Okay, I think this issue has been resolved. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Greetings, everybody. My name is Olena Bogdan. I'm the head of the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience. Our organization is a new governmental agency in Ukraine. Our mandate is focused on issues of religious freedom, minority rights, and inter-ethnic relations. Monitoring hate speech and offering policy solutions is one of our priorities for the upcoming year. Therefore, we truly appreciate this forum and we look forward to its continuation in November. Our recommendations are the following. Regulations should address 3 levels of this challenge: defining hate speech, preventing hate speech, and reacting to hate speech. And as colleagues already noted today, the panelists, the reaction should include sanctions as well as undoing harm, or in other words, remedy. Also, I would like to emphasize that regulations should differentiate between reacting and preventing spontaneous emotional hate speech and preventing and reacting to purposeful hate speech campaigns, whether these hate speech campaigns are originated by certain informal groups, formal organizations, or even major media channels or even countries, as unfortunately in our case, working on counteracting hate speech related to the Russian aggression offers an additional dimension to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad your video problem was fixed. I would invite all of the interveners to please put their recommendations in the chat to everyone so that the report can capture it. Also, the panelists, after the next 2 speakers, I will give you the floor for any reactions. F. Kalmar from Hungary is our next speaker.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you very loud and clear.
Thank you, and now you can see me also, I think. So my name is Ferenc Kalmar. I am a Ministerial Commissioner in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. Many international instruments which contain provisions on different types of expressions that would be considered as constituting hate speech, it is pertinent to elaborate legally binding instruments on combating hate speech. in line with the existing strategies and recommendations adopted by UN, OSCE, or the Council of Europe. Hate speech is a menace to peace, security, and social stability. Therefore, addressing hate speech is crucial in order to prevent conflicts, atrocities, violence against minority groups, and other serious violations of human rights. The Tallinn Guidelines of National Minorities and the Media in the Digital Age, adopted by the High Commissioner on National Minorities of the OSCE in 2019, draw the attention to the responsibility of media in conflict prevention. It underlines that, I quote, "The net benefit of the media's contribution has clear implications for security issues." I close the quotation. We therefore highly recommend taking the recommendations of the Tallinn Guidelines into account when combating hate speech. In the context of hate speech, state actors also have a very important role and responsibility. As also I quote from the Tallinn Guidelines, point 31 of the document says, "States and state or public actors should refrain from disseminating, supporting, or endorsing in any way disinformation, propaganda, or inflammatory discourse which aim to or are likely to undermine friendly relations among states and or generate hostility towards particular groups, including national minorities." Quotation over. Regrettably, there are examples.
A little bit short of time, so if you could come
Yes, that's only two sentences more. Regrettably, there are examples that the highest political level for this unacceptable discourse. A recent speech by the President of Romania, Mr. Iohannis, against the Hungarian minority demonstrates that special efforts are needed to be taken in order to eliminate and prevent state support for hate speech. Incitement against minorities has the potential to securitize minority issues, which under all circumstances need to be solved through dialogue to achieve equality and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker we have is Elena from the OHCHR, after which I will give the floor back to the panelists. Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm OHCHR Senior Minority Fellow based in Moldova, and I would like to present some recommendations to the government. The need to ensure a legal and policy framework to effectively combat hate speech in Moldova has been noted by the UN and Council of Europe human rights bodies since 2013. Despite the efforts of the national authorities, civil society and development partners, the problem of hate speech remains still acute, especially in the context of the pandemic, which generated a wave of stigma, including of certain minority groups. However, at the moment, Moldova lacks comprehensive legislation criminalizing hate crimes and hate speech that is in line with the convention and policies for prevention and combating hate speech. Therefore, recalling CERD general recommendation, recommend to the government of Moldova to adopt comprehensive legislation and amendments to existing laws in line with Article 4 of the ICRD and the right to freedom of opinion and expression, to develop a strategy for prevention and combating hate speech with robust public participation, including minority groups, that will be in line with international obligations and the UN strategy and plan of action on hate speech, to ensure hate speech monitoring mechanism and data collection, to address root causes and drivers of hate speech, including by in-depth research of the phenomena, to provide measures for implementation of SDG Target 4.7 in strategic documents on education and enhance media and information literacy. And last but not least, to cooperate with development partners, civil society and media to prevent and counter hate speech and ensure human rights for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Elena, and your credits to the fellows for being so well researched and on point with your recommendation. Thank you. Panelists, or Shodia, could I give the floor to you first? We currently don't have any hands up, so interveners, please take the opportunity to put up your hand. Maybe we can even generate some gender balance in the interventions by the end of our time. But in the meantime, we can benefit from the panelists. Or Shodia, could I give it to you first, please?
Thank you so much. I think that my brief introductory remarks did not use the term latency, but many interventions, especially the one on anti-Semitism, raises the issue of latency, which explains why this is so difficult to regulate. Anti-Semitic discourse is typically one of those discourses which has a high degree of latency, so it is extremely difficult either legally or algorithmically to point to indexes of hate or indexes of emotions or even indexes of the specific group targeted. Nevertheless, this is why I said that maybe reactions could be monitored better and used as pointers, that if something triggers hateful reactions, then that might qualify as anti-Semitic, for example, even if by itself it is by no means describable as hate speech. And there are numerous historical examples. There is an example of using a specific typeface as a reference to a certain group. And then it is only the reactions, it was only the, we always say that the interpretations are subjective. However, on social media, we have access to a large pool of reactions. So if many people are interpreting it and reacting to something as triggering hate, then that might be a trigger of hate. I think this is why I argued for better monitoring reactions and maybe working out a category of for inciting hate speech, not just inciting hate. Thank you.
For Shodia, there was also the intervener who made a suggestion that a distinction be drawn between hate that is premeditated or planned, and that's what is reactive. What are your thoughts on that? Because you're using reaction for a different purpose in your research, but what about that point? What are your comments?
Well, I'm not a legal scholar. I think that there might be a legal distinction there between but I mean, maybe we should ask the legal scholars here whether there is a distinction between something that is triggered as a reaction and something which is done on purpose, and that maybe there should be differences in both legal and platform related consequences.
Thank you very much. So Tarlak, maybe you'll comment first before we bring in Fatzai.
Well, specifically on that, thank you. Specifically on that point, colleague Joachim Frieling, who's a legal anthropologist, has done some very interesting work on this topic, and he has conducted interviews with different people who have been prosecuted for racist hate speech. And through his interviews, he has tried to ascertain what their motivation is. And he has made a distinction between different categories of persons engaging in hate speech. So one category would be the incidentalists, as they're called, and these are people who would, for example, forward a racist joke unthinkingly. They're not without necessarily having racist intentions, but just, you know, stupid action. And when they then are confronted with the consequences, they are very regretful and apologetic, and they learn their lesson very often and don't repeat. But others are racist by conviction. And when they're racist by conviction, there may be strategic issues at play, that they also would welcome the publicity generated by a court appearance, because that gets them into the media and so on. And there was also a third category that he had, which I can't remember off the top of my mind. But I think if we look at the Rabat Plan of Action, if we look at General Recommendation 35 on combating racist hate speech. If we look at the approach of the European Court of Human Rights, I think we can see consistently that the position of the speaker and the intent of the speaker are recurrent factors that are taken into consideration in a contextual analysis, because if it's a political figure or a government minister, then that can have a more harmful impact because of the perception that it's somehow validated by authority, and then it can hit minorities even harder than if it was a regular citizen who was the proponent of the hate speech. Now, I do think that it can be useful, certainly be useful, to distinguish between spontaneous, off-the-cuff hate speech, possibly unintended, and also deliberate, calculated strategy behind it. But in practice, it may be very difficult to distinguish between the two in a given context. And I was fascinated to listen to the examples provided by Professor Vince of how visual hate speech can be interpreted in different ways. So that's very relevant. I was also grateful for the reference to the talent guidelines, and maybe just to clarify one point about that is what we tried to do with the talent guidelines was to map out, as I said earlier, all the general and European legal and political standards that are in different ways relevant to the subject matter. And so nothing was invented in those guidelines. They're all very traceable to a range of specific general legal and political standards. And if you look at the explanatory memorandum, you can trace them back to their origins, and they either seek to be an accurate reflection of those standards, or in some places they will indicate where there is potential for further growth, but at all times spelling out the specificities for minorities. Loads more to say, but so do others. So maybe I'll get a chance later.
Thank you so much. Fatsai, do you have any comments on some of the interventions or questions for your panelists?
Yeah, a couple of comments actually. So I think it's interesting from a Facebook perspective, we actually don't spend a lot of time thinking about the motivation or the intent, or whether it was purposeful or not. And I mean, there's two reasons there. I think one has already been pointed out by my colleague. From a scale perspective or operability perspective, would be incredibly difficult to determine. But I also wonder, and perhaps this is also a question, philosophically, whether that matters. I think a lot of my work historically, because I was constitutional labor law and some anti-discrimination work I did when I was at Oxford, the idea of centering the concern around the perpetrator and their intent seems minuscule when the harm is being felt by the other group. And so if you step on my foot, you may not have meant to do it, but I still felt it. And I felt it and it may feel, the sting may be a little bit worse if you meant to do it, but the point is my harm has still been inflicted. And so a harm-centered approach on the minorities or groups that are feeling the impact of the aggression seems to not only be philosophically, I think, where I'm probably more aligned, but even more operable as well. And so when you think about some of the work we did around harmful stereotypes, the concern there was not so much do people mean to share stereotypes around Jews around the world, or especially blackface, where we received quite strong criticism for going down that route. The concern there was, do Black people feel harm when they see the stereotype, regardless of who is sharing the stereotype? Now, in determining the harm, and I think this was mentioned before, that's when we had to start thinking about things like the incitement to harm or the historical context, or is it worse if a presidential figure shares that content rather than someone below? And there are case studies, especially in many parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where Rwanda being the Rwandan genocide being a fantastic example of what it means, not just when radios are perpetuating a certain stereotype, but then it starts to sit into homes. But I really wonder if we need to take a step back from the concern and focus around what was the intent, what was the purpose, what was the, and really try and think about if we can capture the definition of the harm we're trying to avoid and who the group is that is feeling the harm, it might be a lot easier then to base why we are going after this content, and that it shouldn't matter whether you meant it or not. It shouldn't matter if my grandfather means to be homophobic. The point is that it's there, and he's perpetuating that and he's encouraging that regardless of who he is. So I wonder about that as well. On the latency bit, super quickly, I think the reason latency, again, is also really, and part of the reason why perhaps we don't think about it as much, I think it's helpful in context when the speech is changing. So where something that prior we didn't realize, I think the example given, I'm so sorry, I can't remember in what country, about the birds, and that, okay, we don't want to remove every concept of birds, but if there's a specific protest, and then we realize a specific image has come about, and now it's being associated with a group, and now we can realize what that is. I think latency and context help. I do think it starts to become a barrier if we start to remove it from what may be general frameworks to think about discrimination globally. So we know that Jewish people are often targeted. We already know that Black people are often targeted. We don't need so much as a causal effect as to recognize a discrimination, a framework that already exists that is targeting these groups. And so I wonder if there's a distinction we might want to make where latency can be helpful for context, but perhaps shouldn't be as strong a pillar in trying to draw that framework. And then I don't have any answers, but would love a discussion perhaps on the idea of the remedy of harm that I think someone raised, and wondering whether counter-speech could be a helpful, whether tools that encourage counter-speech could be a really helpful way to think about the reclaiming and remediation of harm, especially when online. I think that might be an interesting way for us to think about, because I think remedy is often it's very legal in that something is given to the harmed party. But when you're online and across borders, maybe there's something to think about in terms of counter-speech as a remediation and encouraging groups to reclaim the space in which they may have been targeted or attacked. Yeah, so that's just a couple of thoughts in terms of some of the conversations that have been raised.
Thank you very much. That's very interesting. And of course, in relation to counter-speech, minorities often don't have that access or sufficient access. Tarlak, you seem to want to come in.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just precisely on that point, I'm very glad that you've raised that point, because what we see in current regulation and policy for online hate speech is an awful lot of emphasis been placed on responsibility of the online actors themselves. And with the EU's code of conduct that has been referenced a few times, what we see there is in the periodic evaluations of how the big tech companies, including Facebook, are performing in blocking access to hateful comment that's notified by users. We see very impressive statistics about the expeditious removal of that kind of content. And that's very, very welcome. But that seems to get most of the attention in the evaluation and monitoring. But if you look more closely at the commitments that have been entered into by the big tech companies in that code of conduct, you will see further down on the list important points on outreach to civil society to help them to develop counter-speech strategies, and a whole lot of capacity building measures that would be proactively pursued by the big tech companies. And in my reading of the monitoring, I don't see that coming back as much as it should be. So I'd love to hear how the big tech companies, could prioritize that more and reach out to minorities and give them the skills, educational and also practical skills to be more effective in countering hate speech, not just reactively, but proactively in a preemptive way, so that they can, have their own say in advance. Thank you, Chair, for letting me respond to that directly.
Thank you. I think these kind of conversations really bring us to even sharper, more acute recommendations. So I welcome that. Or Shulya, also in terms of your research, is there any point you want to raise? And maybe Fatzai will entertain some of these points.
Okay, if we really want to sharpen it, in terms of my grandfather making a racist joke, I would just like to argue that in terms of the harm done, there is a difference between my grandfather doing it and the Prime Minister doing it. Because it's a different potential of harm done, not in terms of what harm it actually is felt, but different speakers have different potential in different communicational contexts. And I know that on a global scale, this is close to impossible to operationalize, but still who the speaker is, and there are different levels of publicness on these platforms. It's not just one single level of public. There are numerous publics here and numerous levels of publicness, and different levels of publicness have different potential of doing harm. And this might be taken into consideration, and my grandfather might have a different level of publicness and thus a different potential of agency than other public actors. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. So I presume your father is not the Prime Minister?
No, he is not.
Thank you for clarifying. Fatsai, would it be unfair to...
Not at all.
Yeah, thank you. So you're not speaking on behalf of platforms, but nevertheless, we will...
for Facebook, I definitely not on behalf of platforms. I do think it's definitely worth making a distinction, I think, for incitement to further hate and violence versus whether something is hateful in and of itself. I think what we're talking about, it's almost that story about the tree falling in the forest. If no one's around, did it really make a noise sort of thing? And I think that's really where we're getting to. So if our concern is the further incitement of harm, then yes, I would argue that who the figure is who's making that speech may present far more impact in order to incite further hatred or harm in society. But I would argue that speech is still in and of itself hateful regardless of who is sharing it. And I think we need to then make that distinction of what is the harm we're trying to prevent. If you look at, I think the United States is a very good example where their focus is incitement and not merely just hateful content. The focus is, does it incite further violence and harm? But when you start to look at South Africa and India, their focus is the content in and of itself hateful, regardless of whether it is inciting further violence and harm. And I think what we need to decide then is what is the harm that we're trying to prevent, and that helps determine whether the impact of who the figure is becomes important and should play a role. I would also agree, and I'll be the first to say this, I don't think we do enough work to speak about the groups that we speak to when it comes to some of our commitment to the point raised about the work that we're doing. So harmful stereotypes, we spoke to about 65 different experts in many different parts of the world who not just focused on, I think often the instinct is to go for the legal scholars who focus on discrimination, but actually a lot of the people we talked to were anthropologists, people who also spoke to stereotyping in sports, psychologists that would speak to us about what is the harm that is seen when something has existed for 100 years. And so has always been in the atmosphere, whether in really bad James Bond movies, right down to when a child picks up a magazine and sees something almost latent in the background in the way Black people are depicted as sports players. And what is that harm that is being perpetrated, that is actually being taught to people that they don't even know that it's harmful, they just know it exists? And then how do you then write a policy to go after that content? And so I think you're right. I think number one, I don't think platforms do enough work to speak about the people that they're talking to. Facebook definitely at the very least. I also think people are far more interested in when content comes down than in the proactive work that may be done before that content can come down. And so it's an interesting way of how do we change the landscape to bring more attention to that proactive work. So we definitely agree to that statement. But yes, would encourage it as we think about recommendations is to really take the step back to what is the harm we're trying to prevent. And that I think then helps to determine where the recommendation should go.
Thank you very much. That's been very useful. And if anyone wants to write that up as a recommendation or put their hand up for an intervention, we still have a bit of time. Murali is our next speaker from the International Dalit Solidarity Network. You have the floor.
Thank you. I think people can hear me. Yes, I think so. My question, I have a question for Fatsai, which I've typed up, but I'm happy to repeat that with a bit of a context. There's been a lots of appeal from anti-caste movements to address casteism, caste hate speech on Facebook as a platform. Despite caste affects a world's fifth of population, and there's more and more people are living in Europe and North America, And what does it take for Facebook to actually pay attention to caste hate speech online? And there's been, I mean, I'm not just talking about South Asia or India, but also it's spreading Europe and North America. Linked to that question is that, I have a kind of sub question on diversity and representation. It's been very, it's not only clear, it's a common knowledge, so to speak, that people working, especially South Asians working for digital tech corporations in Silicon Valley and elsewhere, often represent a dominant caste communities. So to what extent Facebook is aware of actually trusting them to moderate and monitor caste hate speeches? In other words, does Facebook have any plans to ensure that oppressed caste and Dalit members are actually part of the team in order to advise Facebook on online content moderation when it comes to caste hate speech, which at the moment is lacking? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I have one more hand. If there's anyone else who wants to intervene in this session, this is the time to raise your hand. F. Kalmar from Hungary, you have the floor. Is that, do you still want to speak?
Yes, yes. Do you hear me now?
We do. And if you could
Yes.
stick with 2 minutes, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you. I'll be very brief. So I think that we should pay much more attention to the responsibility of states. And this is because I think that at the end of the line is the question of education. And the education of young people, of children, is the responsibility of states. Everywhere, states are organizing, structuring the educational systems. And especially, and I refer to what I said yesterday, is the teaching of history. How history is taught is very important because they can generate hate to another group or another nation or not. This is my point, and I conclude here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bojan, you have the floor next from the Minority Dailies.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes, thank you.
Well, I represent the Minority Dailies Association. I just want to refer of what of the case mentioned by Mrs. Vince about triggering. In many cases, triggering comes from news reported not by the social media, but from the regular media, newspapers, radio, television. The case of car accident when the ethnic belonging of the driver has been said, has been included in the news, normally comes from the regular journalists. So what is my recommendation? To involve in the process of combating hate speech, also the organizations of journalists which exist I know all over Europe, but I imagine also in the other states, to include in such a subject in courses for journalists and in all education in University of Journalism, because sometimes, in many times, they do it without knowing exactly that this may trigger some hate speech on the social media. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A very important reminder. So this just gives us enough time to go back to the panelists. I just want to note that probably of all the categories, the role of intergovernmental organizations has been least discussed. So either we think at the UN level and intergovernmental level, things are perfect, or you might, the panelists at least might hint at it at this stage. Or Shulya, can I give the floor to you first?
Yes, thank you. Well, if there is a point, I mean, there is a point because we've reached it when there are all these assumptions was the term, the things that the platforms undertake and promise to do, and in working out these, obviously intergovernmental organizations will have should have a much greater role to play, because well, this is basically a situation where we have global platforms, and there are points when we need to work out global norms of interaction, and obviously on that level there is a role for intergovernmental organizations, but this is just a logical comment, not really substantial. I'm sorry.
Anything else in relation to any concluding comments, or in relation to the last three interventions?
On the last intervention, yes, indeed, there are numerous skills and norms which traditionally would have been just taught in journalism schools. And in my point regarding the difference between my grandfather and the public figure, yes, in traditional news media, in the age-old public sphere, public figures would have been held to a different standards in the public, and now this is not happening. And education, because now it should be every participant which should be holding the participants to these standards. So yes, it's partly about these standards being taught to everybody, like a life skill in education. I fully agree with the last comment.
Fascinating. I hope it is written up so that we don't lose sight of that recommendation. Tarlak, may I give the floor to you? And you do have like 3-4 minutes if you needed to say other things.
Okay, now stretch and relax, and thank you very much. Let me first of all address your very pertinent question about the role of intergovernmental organizations. I think I tried to point that out at the beginning, that intergovernmental organizations are ideally placed to show leadership on these issues. If we look at the panoply of norms and mechanisms that they have, it's important that they see the interplay between those normative standards and the mechanisms that bring them to life and implement them. And even the treaties, the legally binding treaties, they should be seen as living instruments, and they should be interpreted in a way that's in tune with the times. All of this creates potential for growth and for mapping out new terrains. For example, the human rights implications of algorithmic content moderation, and even, you know, in the context of broader dynamics such as the Ruggie principles, to impress on internet actors what their responsibilities are and push them to raise their game. Now, an initiative such as the one shown by the Special Rapporteur at the moment, I think also is very, very valuable, because it has, in the first place, an explanatory value, in that it engages with these big complex issues in a way that is consonant with his particular mandate, but it also could be nudging things forward as well. So it can have a normative value as well. And sometimes this is referred to as norm entrepreneurship. No pressure, but I think it's a very, very worthwhile exercise, also because it is contributing to the multi-stakeholder dialogue and the direct input of minorities into the whole process. And that's often overlooked in the broader policy-making discussions that take place. You know, the intergovernmental organizations are seizing the opportunities that are available to them. And so for example, yesterday a reference was made to the Council of Europe's Committee of Ministers recommendation on the roles and responsibilities of internet intermediaries. That's a politically binding text directed at the 47 member states of the Council of Europe, and it has real explanatory value. However, it's also a little bit of a missed opportunity, because even though there are clear roles and responsibilities for internet actors in respect of combating hate speech isn't actually mentioned in that recommendation, and there are only a couple of passing references to hatred in different contexts. That doesn't mean it's not relevant, but it just didn't have the explicit frontal engagement. But you know, there's a new committee that has been set up, a committee of experts that's tasked with drafting a new recommendation on hate speech, and it's to be comprehensive and forward-looking. So I hope that you know, any lacunae in the existing apparatus can be addressed then. And very important, just my final comment, to engage with the architecture of the internet, the technical features. Some points were usefully raised yesterday, such as the enduring nature of content online, anonymity. You could also add pseudonymity as a shield for the perpetrators of hate speech, but also look at the implications of algorithmic intervention. Yesterday, Twitter had to apologize for the racist image cropping algorithm that it has been using in the past. Google's autocomplete function in the search has been accused of leading to racist results. So I think it's very, very important to have general principles that engage with the specificities of the different types of expression and content that are circulated online. And again, to go that further mile and stress the particular relevance for minorities. Thank you very much also to all the interveners.
Thank you so much. Fadzai, would you like to take the floor?
Yes, and I'll do so very briefly. Just to answer very quickly on the issue of cost. So I would absolutely agree. We've actually, over the last 2-3 years, I've spent a lot more time engaging with many of our public policy teams, not just in India, as to your point, but in many other parts of the world. So you'll note that cost, as of 2 years ago, is now referenced as a protected characteristic in our list for hate speech. And that was the recognition that cost as a system is something that appears not just in India, but in many parts of East Africa, West Africa, the United Kingdom, and the United States. The other thing that's worth thinking, that we've also been thinking about over the last year, is further work on our introduction on the stereotyping as the idea of Dalits as menial laborers. So that's some feedback that we received from some of our experts in many parts of Asia, who started to talk to us about the impact of how this group is often excluded, not just from public health resources, but I think the UN Human Rights Council in September 2019 spoke in quite a lot of detail about how they're also even excluded from public sanitation services, as well as water services, and the extreme impact that has. And also, interestingly, how that appears in many Bollywood representations. So very long answer short to say that we've been thinking quite strongly about not just adding that to the protected characteristic, but also what are the stereotypes that come from being minority groups for a very long time in systems that are often very oppressive, and then how do we create policies that can operationally go after that. And then in terms of very quickly closing comments, is just to reemphasize and to agree that making sure that it's almost the know and show of the human rights impact, and that as much as that we can speak to it, how do we create policies that show that we have engaged with these concepts and show that we can operationalize and scale these concepts out. And then also to think very seriously about consistent moderation, and making sure that in our attempt to go after the worst content that we're not without knowing, going after content such as counter speech and or groups that are attempting to reclaim spaces that they've previously been excluded from. I want to thank all the interveners, as well as our Madam Moderator, for such an amazing conversation. Thank you.
Thank you all for your cooperation. It really has been a thought-provoking, diverse, and honest conversation. No doubt the challenge will continue and we will grapple with it for many years to come. But we appreciate the Special Rapporteur's initiative in this regard. You now have a break for half an hour, and perhaps we should actually take a break from social media and, and Zoom, etc. In the next session, we'll be addressing Towards a Safer Space for Minorities, Positive Initiatives to Address Online Hate Speech, the role of NHRIs, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders. So same challenge, different actors, and we welcome you to join. Thank you to the Special Rapporteur and the organizers, and wishing you a good break. Thank you.
We slowly start the session. The clock showing us 11 o'clock in Brussels. That's where I'm connecting with you from. My name is Gabriela Hrabaňová. I'm the director of the European Roma Grassroots Organization Network, which is a Roma-based organization connecting Romani organization all over the Europe, Western Balkan, and Turkey. But I'm here today as the moderator of the session of the regional. So I'm here as a moderator of a panel that is dedicating our time towards a safer space for minorities, positive initiatives to address online hate speech. And we will talk also about the role of national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders. As you are hearing the beeping, that means people are still joining us in. Our session, it will be a live stream on YouTube. So you will see shortly the link to the YouTube. So you can also share it with your followers on the social media. This event is also interpreted into Russian. So you can find the interpretation to Russian on the very bottom of your screen, and choose English or Russian, the one that's suiting you the best. And we are having in front of us 3 expert presentations. We have 3 experts on the topic. They are joining us today. First, we have Thomas Hodges, a director from the Facebook Oversight Board Administration. Then Julius Rostash, who's visiting professor at the National School of Political Science and Administration in Bucharest and Central European University. And Eliška Jirkova, she's a Europe policy analyst at Access Now. They will all have 10 minutes presentation. And for you who are want to have your contribution and your statements in this session, you will be allowed to do after the moderators after the expert input. You will have 2 minutes to do it, but I will say also a bit more about it. So, but do not hesitate in the case you will have your you want to put yourself in the line to speak. You can press a small little hand, which is you have to raise the hand so that I will see you on the list. I will take the people the way they are signing up for the list, and you can do it like if you click on participants. So there on the participants, you can actually choose to do more, and there is a raise the hand, or sometimes it's just below the list of participants. Depends from where you are connecting yourself. Okay, so maybe we will just give a few more seconds to see if we have all the panelists, and because we don't, I might actually ask Julius, who is also happened to be my friend, to start in the case he's ready. And I would like to introduce Julius first, because as I said, Julius Rostash, it's a visiting professor at the National School of Political Science and Administration in Romania. And between 2016 and 2019, he served as chair of Romani Studies and an assistant professor at Central European University. And he also founded the Romani Studies program at the Central European University. He has worked for the European Society Foundations, European Roma Rights Center, and the government of Romania. And he consulted the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the World Bank, the Commission, USAID, the Council of Europe, and the European and the Roma Education Fund. He's also editor-in-chief of the Critical Romani Studies, and his latest book, A Task of Sisyphus, Why Policies Towards Roma in Europe Are Failing, was published by the Central European Press in 2019, and this year it was translated to Romanian. So Julius, let me sign. I can see you now on your camera. So let me sign if you are ready to have a 10 minutes contribution, and I am counting the time. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Hello, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me to talk about the situation of Roma in Europe and the hate speech. As you all know, Roma have been the victims of hate speech all over Europe. This was a constant in the past decades. Let me just remind you that in the last hate crime incident that got unfortunately high visibility, the attacks in Hanau, Germany, 3 of the victims were Roma. The point I want to underline is that hate speech is not innocent. Hate speech has direct consequences, and it's very clearly linked to hate crime. So when we make jokes or we promote hate against certain groups, speech has direct consequences. And the Hanau attack is just a proof of that. The COVID-19 pandemic have shown unprecedented level of hate speech against Roma. Roma have been blamed for bringing and spreading the virus as the origin of all the bad things in the society. This situation added up to the already marginalized and vulnerable position of Roma in societies, and diminished the potential to act in favor of these marginalized and vulnerable groups. They have been framed in the public discourse as undeserving protection from the state. Politicians played a major role in shaping the public discourse. Unfortunately, too often, politicians from all political spectrum, and I repeat, from all political spectrum, have promoted, have used hate speech against Roma as a way to cover up for their incompetent leadership, for their lack of leadership skills and management in dealing with the pandemic, and even for their corruption. Law enforcement agencies have also used disproportionate force against Roma communities and individuals in imposing the lockdown. There were cases of torture documented by human rights NGOs all over Europe, but especially in Romania and Macedonia and other countries in Central and Eastern Europe, where such events were even transmitted live on social media. When law enforcement agencies have used disproportionate force against Roma individuals, some cases even torturing them live with no consequences. That sent a very clear message to the society that you can do whatever you want against Roma because they don't matter. Their life doesn't matter. It is time for law enforcement agencies to apply the law in its spirit as well and in its letter. Roma citizens should feel protected by the law, and law enforcement officials should send that message, not be the messengers of violence. Unfortunately, the current legislation proved ineffective in protecting Roma against hate speech, being it online or, as I just mentioned, inflicted by different law enforcement agencies, during the pandemic. So we have few lessons to learn from these processes. And I would move on now to the recommendations. Member states should adopt legislation that effectively protects minorities against hate speech, especially against the online hate speech, which is the most widespread and easy to propagate form of hate speech. Currently, the burdens are on victims, while in fact it has to be on the service providers and those that are responsible for propagating and mediating such speech. We should not overburden the victims when in fact they should be protected. Legislation against hate speech should steer clear standards for investigating effectively such incidents. Law enforcement agencies and officials should apply these standards constantly in every incident so that they send a clear message that hate speech is unacceptable in a democratic society. Law and the law enforcement agencies should protect the citizens and their rights, not the perpetrators. The third recommendation is related to politicians. Politicians should not use hate as a tool to mobilize their constituencies. Legislation should be applied in such cases without any delay. There are also other non-legislative measures that should apply, such as codes of ethics, peer pressure from fellow politicians, or political agreements among political forces should be used to deter the use of hate speech in political debates. Let me just emphasize that in balancing free speech and the protection of minorities, one should not forget that free speech should contribute to political debates and to the debates in that community. It is out of question that hate speech promotes the interests and the political debates in a given community. Therefore, such legislation should not be regarded as an abridgment of free speech, but rather a way not only to protect minorities, but to make our societies better. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julius. Thank you for keeping the time and also being very precise in your recommendations, because I think it's very important to remind actually ourselves that yes, there are laws to protect minorities, and we should not put more burden on the victims, but apply standards that will be applying constantly and for everybody. And as you also mentioned that very often we see that the hate speech is kind of used for mobilizing its constituency of the politicians, especially during the COVID and when it comes to Roma. Roma were the one kind of put it as the scapegoats on a very big scale around the Europe, and not only there. So thank you very much for your concise presentation, the recommendations, and we can actually get to our other panelists who join us, and it's Thomas Hodges. He's a director of the Oversight Board Administration, which was recently set up to make binding decisions regarding the content on the Facebook and Instagram. Between 2013 and early 2020, Hedges was the executive director of Article 19, which is an international human rights organization that defends and promotes freedom of expression and information worldwide. Before that, Thomas was the executive director and founder of Diversity, an international advertising network for online news media in human rights restricted countries, and a co-founder of virtualroad.org. Thomas also worked as a deputy director of the media development organization International Media Support, and has had roles with the European Commission, United Nations, and Organizations for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Thomas is an independent advisor on human rights to the UK Foreign Secretaries between 2016 and 19, and currently a non-political governor or at the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. So we are very glad you are joining us, Thomas, today, and please take your 10 minutes panel contribution to the panel. Thank you.
There we go. It's good to start with coming off mute. Gabriella, thank you very much, and my sincere apologies for joining slightly late. Although I work by extension with a technology company, sometimes technology still defeats me. So again, my apologies. Also, my thanks to the Special Rapporteur, the Government of Austria, and the Tom Lantos Institute for the invitation to join you on this panel today. I'm really looking forward to the discussion ahead of us. I'd like to speak today about what I consider to be a positive initiative that I believe will impact the way social media and other online corporate actors who deal with different types of content, how these different actors look at addressing hate speech online. And of course, namely, the institution I'm going to talk about is the Oversight Board. The Oversight Board, as many of you will be aware, is a new body comprised of independent members from around the world. And these members will make binding decisions on content on Facebook and Instagram in regards to what to allow and what to remove. And they will take those decisions with respect for freedom of expression and human rights. I should note that I am not a member of the board, so I'm the director of the Oversight Board Administration. And the administration is the professional staff that will support the board members as they select, review, and deliberate on cases. And we also have the responsibility to report to the trustees on the fiduciary aspects of the trust fund, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a second. What I would like to start off stressing, of course, is that I am not an employee of Facebook. I do not answer to Facebook, and the reputational or commercial interests of Facebook play no role in either my work or the work of the board members. I would also like to stress that the board is a deliberative body and it is not an advocacy body. And the board's relevance and impact will be on the cases that it hears and it decides on. And as such, it's not an entity that's going to be commenting on ongoing events as they transpire, although they may, of course, take cases which are pressing and urgent. So when you think about the board, the analogy I would encourage you to use is that, as mentioned, of a deliberative body, such as a court or a grievance mechanism. And as with such bodies, they don't comment on issues that are pertaining to cases prior to hearing such a case. Also, the role of the board is not to remove all of the policy decision-making processes from Facebook. Facebook will still need to hear cases in the first instance, and it will still set its own community standards. The board is for cases that are appealed either by users or referred by the company. So what is the scope of the board? So the board will address some of the most significant content moderation issues and decisions that currently take place in regard to Facebook and Instagram. This will almost certainly encompass hate speech and incitement to discrimination and violence, and potentially will include, obviously, these issues as they relate to minorities. As the board has already publicly stated, freedom of expression will have a central role, but so will the principles of equality and non-discrimination. And as such, documents like the UN Rabat Plan of Action will be helpful for guiding approaches on how to treat these rights as mutually reinforcing rather than in tension with one another. Additionally, the board is seeking to develop approaches that are consistent with the UN Principles on Business and Human Rights. And of course, for those of you who are familiar with the principles, and I'm sure that's pretty much everyone on the call, particularly Principle 31 on non-judicial grievance mechanisms. When the board begins hearing cases, users will be able to appeal to the board in cases where Facebook has removed their content, although in the following months, so hopefully by early next year, the board will also have the ability to review appeals from users who want to remove content from Facebook and Instagram. And the board can also review content referred to it, obviously directly by Facebook as well. And this may include many significant types of content, such as advertising groups or different communal groups on both platforms. And I should also clearly mention that the board does not have the authority to remove some types of content as well. So this includes content on platforms other than Facebook and Instagram, or decisions that relate to things like intellectual property, competition, or legal obligations relating to the platform. The board will not be able to make decisions on all of the many thousands of cases that are appealed to it as well, and we anticipate receiving many tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of cases. And realistically, the board will be hearing cases that number in the hundreds. So there's a scale issue there as well that the board is currently working through. But the board will be seeking to prioritize cases that probably impact many users, are of critical importance, and raise questions about Facebook's policies. The board is also looking at ways to ensure that it can hear the opinions of third parties as they relate to cases, and stakeholder engagement will be a central component of that, and the board will be saying more about that in the coming weeks. And finally, the board will be able to make policy recommendations to Facebook, but those policy recommendations will not be binding, although Facebook does need to respond to those recommendations. So what will ensure that the board remains independent? Well, there are initial 20 members from around the world, and these members obviously represent a diverse range of backgrounds in terms of profession, culture, political beliefs, religious beliefs, and so on. And all the members are independent of Facebook and any other social media company, and many of them, if not all of them, have actually been publicly critical of Facebook and how they've handled content decisions in the past. The structure that has been created for the board is designed to protect the independence of the members and to ensure that they are free of influence from Facebook, but also other parties. And again, I'll be happy to dig into that if anyone wishes to ask a question around that subsequently. So how will the board approach transparency? Well, the board has really been designed with transparency in mind. So all decisions will be public, and Facebook will be responding to those. All these decisions will be on the website. Some information will be redacted, obviously, to protect the identity and privacy of users. And the board will also issue an annual report looking at the way it has, or looking at the cases it has selected and the decisions that it's taken as well. In this regard, the board will be aiming to address this widely shared concern around this black box problem where decision-making on social media is very opaque and not well understood. And by publishing decisions and the rationale behind them, the board is obviously seeking to illuminate certainly its own decision-making on important cases. And finally, let me say a few words about the rollout timeframe. So we've been working hard to build a strong institution that is designed to operate and deliver results over the long term. The onboarding program for the members who joined in May is now nearing completion. This has included everything from the board members designing how they're going to review and look at cases, all the way through to considering what their shared approach to international human rights issues will be. And we expect the board to begin accepting cases in the coming weeks and are currently working to finalize the various technical systems necessary for that to happen. So these technical issues are important issues. They may shift our timeframe slightly, but the important point is that the board has consistently said it will launch when it's ready. And I know that the members themselves are very eager to get started. And with that, Gabrielle, I will stop and hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas, very much for sharing this positive initiative and giving us the insight into into your work and the work of the board. Yeah, and it's great that so far everybody's sticking to their 10 minutes. Before we go to Eliška, I would just remind participants that they also have a possibility to raise their hand, that we are waiting we will have about 40 minutes of discussion, so do not hesitate and get yourself on the list of the interventions. So let me welcome Eliška Pirkova. I think I'm a good pronouncer, as we are seems to be from the same country, from the Czech Republic originally, but Eliška is now based in Brussels. She works as a policy analyst in Access Now. In her work, she focuses on content governance related issues from a human rights perspective. She's an independent expert of the Committee of Experts of Combating Hate Speech. Where she's appointed by the Council of Europe. She has been working as her doctoral dissertation focused on freedom of expression on internet, online content regulation, and intermediary liability. So Eliška, you have your 10 minutes. Please take the floor.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. And first of all, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. And it's a great pleasure to be here today. Maybe before I will start with my intervention, I will just briefly introduce Access Now, since we are a little bit slightly different animal than other participating organizations. And that's due to our strong focus on digital rights, so the protection of human rights on the internet and freedom of expression, but also protection of underrepresented groups is definitely the part of our work, even though we are not minority rights civil society organization per se. So Access Now is a civil society organization that operates globally. Our mandate is to defend and extend the digital rights of users at risk around the world. And we are doing so by providing a direct technical support, which is being provided by our helpline that is reachable 24/7, where our tech team is assisting to users who find themselves at risk of cyber attack or other malicious treatment. And these users can be anyone from human rights defenders or regular users online. We also have policy teams that operate in various regions around the globe, as well as our global advocacy team. And every year we organize so far the biggest digital rights conference called RightsCon, which many of you definitely know or are familiar with. And now I will continue with my intervention. So I will start with a very general observation that you all know very, very well, and that is the fact that there is no universally accepted international definition of hate speech. It is precisely this inherent vagueness of the term and the lack of general agreement about what expressions actually amount to hate speech that opens the space for governments to often restrict legitimate expressions such as journalistic reporting or the critical voices against the public authorities. And at the same time, this very same vagueness causes the fact that online platforms as well as state actors use this ambiguity of hate speech to actually justify their lack of proportional response to potentially harmful content that may even incite violence and hatred against underrepresented groups, which is something we definitely witness on a regular basis that has already been pointed out by a first speaker during this panel. Based on the work of the now former United Nations Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Expression and Opinion, David Kay, but as well as international human rights law in general, any legitimate restriction of hate speech need to reconcile the protection of open debate in a democratic society, as well as the personal autonomy of individuals. Nevertheless, hateful expressions that target members of underrepresented groups leads to social stigma, they reinforce these racial stereotypes, and they encourage discriminatory treatment against them, as well as they silence these underrepresented groups. While not every form of hate speech falls outside the margins protective scope of freedom of expression, nevertheless, it carries always that potential collective harm that such an expression can cause to its target. And the global health crisis was a great proof of that, when the stigmatization, often fueled by misinformation or disinformation online, could actually deepen discrimination against individuals who were somehow perceived or linked to the virus. Again, to quote the work of David Kay, the former special UN rapporteur, hateful content spreads online, seemingly spurred on by a business model that values attention and virality. And this is often our main argument, or currently the main policy argument that we also try to push for when we are discussing this issue with the legislators and policymakers at the EU level. It's the business models of companies that large online platforms adopted and created, and that develop strategies to extract that surplus value of user-generated data that are available to them. Because of their business models that require a large amount of data, their main goal is to then become and remain this indispensable point of online communication. So today we hardly can find the alternatives to large online platforms that we also call gatekeepers of fundamental rights, such as Facebook or Google. That's just the practical examples. These companies at the same time definitely did revolutionize information gathering and social interaction, but the important byproduct of their operation is then data-driven algorithms. So how these informations that we see every day in our news feeds are actually being distributed across the platform. Recent research findings actually point out to the fact that online platforms and their content recommender system, so the way how the content is being personalized based on your personal preferences, the way how you behave on social platform, who you interact with, what kind of media platforms you actually visit or read, can contribute to the polarization of opinions and attitudes online. Of course, we cannot just simply assume that algorithms on their own are capable of polarizing society. However, the algorithmic content curation is not accidental, and the programming actually follows a conscious choice to promote content that triggers higher engagement. And often it is precisely sensational content or potentially harmful content, such as online hate speech, that triggers more attention from online users, that then spend more time on online platforms, and that actually then results into more data and more gain for the platform. Algorithmic personalization of online content, which is deployed especially by the gatekeepers of fundamental rights with unlimited access to vast amount of users' data, are partially responsible for contributing to the spread and amplification of online hate speech and other forms of potentially harmful content. To quote our dear colleagues from our civil society organization Ranking Digital Rights, scale actually matters. The societal impact of a single message or videos raises exponentially when a powerful algorithm is driving its distribution. However, we see till this day that the majority of legislative and policy responses to the issues such as online hate speech, whether these are promoted and created by the governments or by the policies created by companies, usually exclusively focuses on the elimination of potentially harmful online content. And by elimination, I mean swift deletion, removal, usually subjected to a very strict timeframes that can have a very negative and far-reaching impact on the right to freedom of expression of online users, and that found their way to the national as well as European legislation. And just to give you a very practical example of that, the recent decision of the French Constitutional Council actually pronounced such a time frame unconstitutional. It was 24 hours for the removal of terrorist content and other form of harmful content online. And this time frame was actually the part of the proposed Avia law, which was proposed by the member of the parliament Laetitia Avia, that's why the name. And Constitutional Council actually pronounced the majority of these provisions within the law as unconstitutional. This approach often results in restricting legitimate speech and impose the direct threat of online censorship without actually addressing the root of the problem. And that's that amplification of online hate that many underrepresented groups as well as other online users actually face on a regular basis. And this content remains in the circulation. We often use the statement that it's the time to stop treating the symptoms and start curing the cause. Algorithmic-driven content curation in the hands of large online platforms is definitely a powerful tool that can, however, profoundly influence the right to form an opinion of online users, which is an absolute right. And as a consequence, amplification of hate speech undermines users' ability to arrive at well-informed opinions, as well as make them more exposed to online hate and discrimination. Now I will move to our recommendations, and partially my recommendations are also connected to the topic which was discussed during the first panel of today's session. And those are the responsibilities of online platforms, or what kind of responsibilities they should actually hold in their hands. That's due to the fact that the positive practices to tackle online hate speech are very much linked to the due diligence of online platforms or gatekeepers of fundamental rights that they ultimately need to start exercising. And also the legislators need to make sure that that quality lawmaking finds its way to the core of their legislative efforts. And definitely the transparency about their practices, how they actually curate the content and how the content is being distributed across platforms is essential, even though transparency is not a magical solution to online hate speech, but it's the essential part of it. So our first recommendation is addressed to the European Union that should create a systemic legal and policy framework for automated decision-making systems, online platforms, and data business models that ensure the protection and promotion of freedom of expression on one hand. They should address algorithms that drive the content distribution across platforms and which amplify hate speech and other forms of potentially harmful content. Second recommendations. Platforms should design consent and privacy policies in a way that facilitates informed choice for users and is compliant with data protection laws. Users have to be able to exercise control over information they receive and impart. In practice, they should have tools to exclude certain content from algorithmic personalization, as well as certain sources of content recommended to them. And just to elaborate a little bit further on this, online users are often not even aware that they are actually being subjected to algorithmic curation or any other automated decision-making processes. And finally, in order to return the agency back to online users, online platforms should properly disclose that a user is or will be subjected to algorithmic decision-making, including personalized content curation. Now I understand that these recommendations have a little bit more of a digital rights and technical aspect in them, and I will gladly elaborate them on them further if there is the interest from participants or if there are any further questions. Thank you again for this possibility to present our viewpoints today, and I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Eliška, for presenting your viewpoints, but also introducing your organization and pointing out that, and I think that's the most a famous thing, that we actually really have to be treating the symptoms, not the symptoms, but the cause, because I think that's very often what we see in the online world. It's actually hard, very hard to go on the cause and on kind of what it's behind. So thank you for this very much. Also, thank you for your recommendations. We are about to move to our interactive session. For those who come a little bit later, I will just reintroduce myself. My name is Gabriela Hrabaňová. I'm Director of European Roma Grassroots Organization, and I will be guiding you through 40 minutes. Yeah, we are very good on the time. 40 minutes interactive session. Let me just look at my notes. So as you actually everybody already see, so we have a translation from in English and in Russian, so you can click down and to choose your language. We are also being live streamed on the YouTube, so there was a link that was shared with you on the very beginning. If you want to speak, you have to raise your hand, and I will be taking those who raise their hand for a 2 minute intervention, and preferably I will take everybody just one time, so you can actually repeat or kind of get 2 times in the slot. And I think I will be let's see how we work, but I try to be very strict. So you might be actually muted if you go more than 2 minutes. Also for us all to know, so we are collecting recommendations, and you could see that all the speakers are experts that were introducing the panels. They were focusing in their intervention on the recommendations. So as a part of the European Regional Forum on Hate Speech, Social Media and Minorities, we are collecting recommendations that will be also presented to the UN Special Rapporteur or minorities. So I also see that some of you already using a chat function to insert your recommendations, so please do so. It will also help us to collect those recommendations. And before I give you a floor, I would also like to remind everybody to contribute constructively to the discussion along the themes that is addressed in the program of this work of the Regional Forum. Please also know that all interventions and statements under each theme of the Regional Forum should be relevant and to the particular theme. It is preferred that you as speakers are not being interrupted, and that we may actually ask you to make sure that your statement is related to the topic under the discussion. We are also encouraging you that you do not read the statements which are prepared in advance, and that you provide the concrete recommendations, as I was mentioning. The recommendation should be on how to tackle the issue under the theme that you are making in your statement, and how to address specific questions in order to stimulate dynamic and interactive discussion. And we really count on your cooperation of all the participants to the end of the session. So in order to attain fruitful and meaningful exchange, we expect that all participants will show respect for others' view, and invite all participants to exercise decorum, avoid abusive and disrespectful language or derogatory and inflammatory remarks. Respect also UN core values and principles, and uphold to UN standards when referring to other countries and territories. So I will be calling dear participants for 2 minutes intervention. I'm just preparing my time count. And first one on, let me just move this. So the first one on the list, it's Serota from the World Jewish Congress, and then we will have Isaac No, who will prepare just after. So please.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Aaron Subota, and I'm from the World Jewish Congress. Last week, Delete Antisemitism.org was launched. Here, major Jewish organizations, including the World Jewish Congress, offered a unified position in response to the Digital Services Act consultation. 10 points are listed in order to effectively tackle anti-Semitic content online and hold platforms accountable. From those 10 points for this session, point number 10 fits accordingly and serves as the starting point for the recommendations. Encourage innovative, educational, and preventive strategies to countering hate that focus on protection and respect for diverse communities. Ensure that such strategies offer a balanced approach to protecting all minorities while respecting freedom of speech, resulting in an online space free of hate. Tackling this point and applying it to the role of NHRIs, human rights organizations, civil societies, and other stakeholders, this results in following recommendations. Ensure that minorities are protected and emphasize that initiatives against online hate speech from NHRIs, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders against antisemitism, racism, and xenophobia are a top priority. Furthermore, ensure that objectives 4 and 5 of the Regional Forum are included. Connect NHRIs, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders with each other, and very important, with the minorities. Help strengthen the coalition of minorities in order to connect with each other on online hate speech issues. In doing so, following steps are recommended. Guarantee that minorities sit on one table with the stakeholders and that all minorities in all countries have the possibility to participate. Ensure that minorities themselves are represented in an equal amount, no matter how large the minority is. Strengthen the network and connection of minorities on different levels in order to exchange online hate speech experiences and have a further safe space. Encourage the several stakeholders to help enable safe spaces proactively and talk about the issues of online hate speech with minorities and not only about minorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the recommendation. It was amazing. also to put yourself in the time. So I would like to ask Isakno from the ACD Memorial.
Thank you very much. I would like to draw your attention to the Eastern Europe and Central Asian region, where the rights of ethnic minorities still remains a complicated issue. For example, in February 2020 in Kazakhstan, the ethnic minority in February 2020 in Kazakhstan, the ethnic pogroms in the places of compact settlements of Dungans took place. 10 Dungans were killed and more than 180 were injured. And social media played a significant role in this conflict. Firstly, by spreading the hate speech and triggering, which escalated that conflict. And secondly, there were even open calls to join the pogroms via WhatsApp groups. Furthermore, hate speech against Dungans continued to be spread, especially in social media. And while the government gave no adequate reaction, there are also further risks of pogroms of other minorities like Uyghur Kurds and others who already felt themselves not that secure anymore. As it was mentioned by the first panelist, the Roma people still experience discrimination in different spheres, and unfortunately the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia is not doing well in this situation. For example, in Russia and Ukraine, hate speech in media remains almost the only language used for speaking about Roma community. It leads to the pogroms of Roma settlements, while other problem is the lack of correct qualification of committed as hate crimes. Therefore, our recommendations are to guarantee the punishment for the hate speech, especially in the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and to guarantee correct qualification of hate crimes. To pay attention that the usage of the anti-extremism legislation should not lead to the other extremity and to be used as a mean of repressions. To conduct educational programs on tolerance in schools, to cease harmful practices of segregation, and to create bodies responsible for the working on complaints on the hate speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you also. Thank you for our recommendations. And I would just remind that if you also have them in writing, please insert them into the chat function. It will be really helpful for us. And I would like to ask Meltem Girikli for the 2 minutes intervention.
Ms. Moderator, thank you very much for the floor. My name is Meltem Girikli and I am representing the Turkish minority of Western Thrace in Greece. Positive initiatives taken by NHRIs, human rights organizations and civil society play a significant role to address hate speech and other human rights violations. Reports published by UN and EU institutions on human rights violations, xenophobia and intolerance, and concerns that are expressed by civil society organizations are such a guidance for states on dealing with growing hate speech tendencies and other problems of minorities and disadvantaged groups. However, those efforts of civil society and human rights organizations can make progress only if states take into account concerns of those organizations while they are shaping their minority policies. In our case, Greek administration tends to ignore concerns and warnings of the Turkish minority organizations when dealing with the minority affairs. Also, Greek NHRI didn't consider the minority NGOs regarding their demands. Unfortunately, Greek administration doesn't hesitate to call us so-called the official organizations of the Turkish minority, that one that I am representing right now, by showing its intolerance even existence of minority civil society organizations. Furthermore, this neglectfulness of Greece is prevailing for all cautions of reports of the UN and the EU that constantly warn Greece for human rights violations and growing xenophobia in the country, that hate speech is the natural consequence of these tendencies. Therefore, as one of the main representative bodies of the Turkish minority, we kindly invite Greece to pay attention cautions of international human rights organizations, and we invite her for dialogue with Turkish minority organizations in dealing with the growing hate speech tendencies in the country, by presenting her ancient, tolerant, and wise characteristics, and don't letting more those nationalist extremist environments to put in danger the peaceful coexistence in the country via hate speech and even worse, hate crimes. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your intervention and the account of your work. I would like to ask you as Melikova from the Tashkent National Cultural Organization. And just one more reminder, I just find that if I put the thumbs up, so that means that the 2 minutes is out. So if you would be while speaking, so please, Melikova.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'm Sofia. I'm the member of the Sahur community, also the former senior OHCHR fellow and arts activist from Russia. From the beginning on, I would like to say that past conflict, especially both Chechen wars, led to the greatest stigmatization of the people of the Caucasian region in Russia, as well as to the artificial creation of the insulting term of the quotation marks person of Caucasian nationality by leading media outlets. What is important here is to share another perspective on the situation. With saying that, I would like to underline the role of minority media, namely in the case of the Sahur newspaper Nur, which is the only newspaper in the world published in Russian Sahur language. It's the only source of information and news regarding the Sahurs. Apart from information coverage, one of the key roles of minority media is the spread of the better image of communities they represent, which subsequently leads to the better knowledge and understanding of the rest of the society of other ethnic and religious communities living in the country. On the basis of the given information, I would like to give following recommendations to the Russian Federation and international community members present here. To further support minority media and considering the current realms, to equip minority media organizations with all the necessary equipment needed for adaptation to digitalization. Second, to introduce obligatory subject on ethnography and culture of the peoples of Russia into the basic school program, as well as to provide trainings on ethics and psychological aspects of inter-ethnic and interreligious communication among the journalists and media outlets. And the separate recommendation to the Azerbaijani authorities to give permission to spread the minority media, in our case Nur newspaper, in the Sahur settlements in Zakatal and Gah regions, considering that we are speaking of the divided communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for highlighting the role of the minority media, especially also in the online world. They are playing a very important role. We have Rahimov, whom I ask to have 2-minute intervention. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Rahim Rahimov. I represent Baku International Multiculturalism Center from Azerbaijan. I would like to make a couple of suggestions on the topic. First, initiatives to counter online hate speech should be based on holistic approach. By holistic approach, I mean, while we understand there is a distinction between online and offline hate speeches, such distinction should be avoided wherever possible, or at least minimized when it comes to address online hate speech, because online and offline hate speeches are organically interconnected. It doesn't make much sense to make a division between them. And second, mere adoption of regulations and instruments and application of technical procedures is necessary, but not enough, because it will not address major issues concerning reproduction of hate speech, or creating kind of immunity in the minds of social media users against hate speech. And second point I would like to make is positive initiatives should be really positive, namely constructive and inclusive of local context. In particular, positive contributions from minority communities to wider societies of which they are part should be promoted to foster a sense of togetherness and create bonds of affiliations among diverse and different communities in the country. To illustrate my view, I would like to give you an example from my center, our centers or our country's experience. To proactively address anti-Semitism in this Muslim majority country, we usually promote prominent Jewish citizens of Azerbaijan. For example, we promote national hero of Azerbaijan who is Jewish, Albert Agaronov, or only Nobel Prize winner who is Azerbaijani born and Azerbaijani educated, Landau. And as a person who on daily basis monitor social media, I see that this kind of promotions has a huge effect to counter the appeal of hate speech to social media users, and also reproduction of this type of hate speeches. Thank you for the event and for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much for the contributions, for your suggestions, and also your concrete example of actually how the positive initiative looks like and how you are promoting it in your local environment. I would like to ask another contributor, and it's F. Leduc. It's the next one on the list. Do we have you connected? Okay, perfect.
I hope you can hear me.
No, actually
okay.
The connection.
I'm Florian Leduc. I'm the co-president of Kenstrolbrez. Can you hear me?
Yeah, not very good connection, but let's try.
Okay, I will try. I'm Florian Leduc. I'm the co-president of Kenstrolbrez, a youth organization. I'm Florian, promoting and defending Britain's culture and language. I'm also a member of the Youth of European and Youth Nationalities organization representing minorities over Europe. Okay, I will try. Thank you to have given me the floor. I would like to give simple recommendations from a youth perspective, which might not be that technical, but which can be a source of I'm optimism. We do recommend that all stakeholders having an online activity and being conscious of the bad influence and raising of hate speech against minority lead by example on a daily basis and show through their online activities that cultural and linguistic diversity I would like to are part of the solution of many ongoing international issues and are not the reason of those issues. We also recommend that to strengthen activities and projects between different minorities and groups of people with different or even opposite backgrounds, and to use social media to promote such projects and their results, and also to mainstream that and differences among people are not a threat. I will just end this intervention by lead by example on letting that as civil society and show their online activities that cultural and link to create new legislation and policies, but we still have the power to counteract hate speech online. So yes, pointing out perpetrators, we also recommend that to strengthen activities and projects between them, but just as we put out the fire with the water or illuminate the dark with the light, we can overwrite hate speech with love speech. So that would be it from my youth organizations, and I hope you managed to hear something.
Thank you very much. We heard you very well at the end. So thank you for your recommendation on behalf of the Youth Network. And I think that, yeah, we actually should highlight that the differences are not threatened, promote the good examples. And I think stakeholders are the one who should actually show us by doing it. Thank you. The next speaker or the next intervention is coming from TCMW, Association of Lawyers in Russia.
Уважаемая госпожа модератор, уважаемый доклад. Dear Madam President, dear speakers and participants, yesterday we discussed the legal regulations of online hate speech. and mainly on social media. And we also mentioned the code of conduct, which we now have for Facebook. And I would like to highlight once again that it's very important to fight not just hate speech, but also aggression, and to fight it from the earliest age, from schools. And we need to see that reflected in the work of civil society and in our education programs, because we need to ensure that awareness is raised from a very early age in schools and other educational facilities, so that children learn from a very young age that hate speech and aggression towards other minorities is very, very bad, which is why we have organized a major awareness-raising campaign, and we organize seminars and webinars to promote such human rights-based education. As for human rights violations, we see that some content published in minority languages is being deleted, and we think that is not a good thing, because it limits the freedom of expression in those languages, because in Russia we have not just the Russian language, but also about 130 other languages, which is why we would like to suggest that everybody follow the recommendations for the protection of national minorities, that the importance of protecting the linguistic minority is very high and can help reduce conflict situations, which is why we would like to call on member states to take action and to increase levels of awareness for linguistic diversity. And as an association that works on consolidating our participants and our society, would like to promote also education for democratic values, so that in Russia, social media such as Facebook, VK, YouTube limits the comments, because right now they're very free, but they are being monitored to fight any instances of hate speech and violations of minorities, which is why we hope that this experience can be shared by our colleagues and other participants. And I would like to thank you for giving us the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your contribution, and also highlighting that, reminding that aggression and hate speech are going together, and also the truth about the comments, because I think that all the minorities are facing similar situation. Not often it's just the content itself, but the comments of the content. So thank you very much for your contribution, and we have Karina Koschel, a next intervention.
Great pleasure to take part of this important meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's great. I represent the National Police of Ukraine, and I would like to tell you the Criminal Court of Ukraine is Art 161, establishing responsibility for violation of equality of citizen, dependent, and the racial, national, religion, beliefs, disability, on other basis. Hate speech can be prosecuted under this article in Ukraine. It's important that the law information agencies such as the National Police of Ukraine monitor the media and internet daily and call information about the blatantly unlawful act commented on the basis of racial, ethnic, religious, hated on gender. But in the investigation of intolerance crime, experts reserve play an important role on the establishing the motive and circumstance of a crime, relation and violation, and play a key role establishment the contact, publishing text, appeals, circumstance, etc. And information aimed in criminal national race of religions, heritage, and empty humanity of identify religion feeling, which is broadly called hate speech. As for comment, it makes sense to develop such a definition of the hate speech immediately at the international level, as already monitored by previous speaker, and I think hate speech is a concept unfortunately lacks a sharp legal definition and operationalization. In fact, the criteria for identify hate speech and for prosecution purposes and often ambitious on and consist. It's sometimes so recommended to develop such defined it and operationalization in the first place. It's all for me. Thank you for investigation and possibility.
Thank you very much for your intervention. And although you also referred to some previous recommendations of our speakers, please do not hesitate to put your recommendations in the writing also into the chat function. I would like to ask Olena Bogdan.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much, everybody, for this very stimulating discussion. My name is Elena Bogdan. I'm the head of the State Service of Ukraine for Ethnic Affairs and Freedom of Conscience. It's a new governmental agency in Ukraine focused on issues of religious freedom, minority rights, and interethnic relations. I would like to comment on one of the initial statements of our session, the very sad fact that hate speech happens to be used to mobilize constituents during elections. There is something I noticed during practical work, when a non-elected public official uses unacceptable wording, it is relatively easy to impose sanctions. However, when it comes to an elected official, we face much greater legal challenges. Politicians work with the feelings of anger, fear, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Thus, the electoral field poses special challenges and risks for policy solutions. Thus, when we think about policy solutions, it is very important to give a particular focus to the questions of do's and don'ts when working with the feelings of anger, fear, and dissatisfaction during political campaigns. How do we build a respectful discourse around these complicated negative feelings? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olena. Thank you also for the recommendations. I would remind that we have about 20 more minutes of our interactive discussion. We have 4 hands up, so that means we still have time for some who were still having something on mind but didn't raise their hands to do it still. So please, the next one I would ask to be Di Barletta.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we do, thank you.
Hello, hi, hello everyone. My name is Deborah Barletta and I'm from Apice, which is a youth NGO that at the moment is coordinating the No Hate Speech movement campaign in Italy, and I'm a long-time activist against hate speech, so I will be really short. Because my request for this recommendation would be not to overlook some social media that have not heard being mentioned from yesterday. For instance, we have also Telegram and WhatsApp, and even though these are chat social media, they have big groups, sometimes of thousands of people, with a lot of harmful hate speech goes. So my recommendation would be not to overlook what is happening in certain like environments, and especially also on Facebook, when we are talking about private groups that counts tens of thousands of people, where much hate speech is produced and then circulates on the more mainstream channels. So even though some of these instruments are connected and bound to privacy and are precious for activists, especially from minority groups, there should be maybe also a way to not overlook measures that will look into these kind of problems, because our recommendation otherwise will be timid and not representing the needs of the people who work against hate speech on everyday basis. So this would be just my recommendation, to go a little bit beyond what are just Facebook or Twitter, and like go a little bit deeper into the social media environments, like more globally. So that's it. And thank you all for the speakers and for the interesting insights from also the previous people who intervened. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention and recommendations. So I have still three more people on the list, and I have one person who cannot. It's hard for her to raise the hand, but I will still take the three that I have here. So it's Tina Simonovic, who is on my list.
Hello. So I'm the Deputy Ombudswoman of Croatia, which is a national human rights institution as well as an equality body. I'm also the chair of the executive board of Equinet, European Network of Equality Bodies, and a member of ECRI, which was spoken about yesterday by our chair, Ms. Maria Daniela Maruda, and my colleague, Antonia Petricusic. My main recommendation would be that equality bodies are recognized as important actors in fighting hate speech and expressly included in the recommendations, because equality bodies, while they're not so well known in the UN system, exist in all EU member states, but moreover in all Council of Europe member states. They should, and according to the ECRI GPR number 2, their mandate should include hate speech. And in many cases it does, and equality bodies are doing good work in fighting hate speech as public organizations. So they're not civil society organizations, they're not NHRIs, they can be in the same institution, which can have various mandates. As Equinet, an organization which brings together, a network which brings together 48 such institutions in 36 European countries, I have to say many of our members are doing very good work. One particular a positive example of the work of Equinet is this. It's a recommendation which we did on combating discrimination and hate speech in election campaigns, because one thing we have found is that it's a particularly dangerous time when it comes to hate speech, when we have election times, and our members did some considerable good work on that. And finally, from my national capacity, so the Croatian Ombudswoman Institution, we did recently research on online hate speech and young people. And our findings, which I can share with you, but basically do point towards a special approach for young people. And that would be it for me, and I will paste in the chat the recommendations which I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tina, for your contribution and for highlighting the work of Equinet, and especially pointing out that the hate speech in the election, it's actually, yeah, it's widespread, and that the Equinet did the work on it. Thank you for that. And then I would like to call Murtaza as a next panelist, next contributor.
Thank you, Gabriela. My name is Murtaza Sheikh. I was a panelist yesterday. I'm co-director of a think tank, Avros, that works on online hate speech. I just wanted to emphasize a recommendation that I've already made in writing and that Eliska raised regarding algorithms. And I think it's very important for this technical aspect not to be overlooked in recommendations and discussions about rules, about laws, about standards of social media companies, because in the nexus in between the community standards and what's permitted, there is also this whole amount of speech that can be considered hateful, but is not in violation of the standards. Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, when he was taking an initiative with the Oversight Board and taking initiatives to stamp out hate speech, also mentioned that speech that doesn't is not considered to be violating, but it's still considered to be harmful or hateful, will have algorithms which will deprioritize it. And on the other end of the spectrum, we also have algorithms which inadvertently promote hateful content. Mozilla right now has an initiative by which they're trying to track what YouTube recommends to people. So the recommendation and the point I'd like to emphasize is that there needs to be some sort of minority rights or human rights accountability for the algorithms themselves, as well as the standards. And the second point I wanted to make, which was a question to Thomas, if he has a chance to come back at the end, was I wonder if it's possible to elaborate on the specific thing you mentioned regarding the board about atrocity prevention, and what sort of mechanism you're thinking of, and if it's developed at all, how that will work. Will it be similar to, for example, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination's early warning mechanism? And associated to that, what sort of consultation or involvement will there be of minority representatives on the ground in relation to atrocity prevention, but also in relation to giving context and understanding hate speech? Because there are many contexts in the world right now where different words are used which only the local actors will know about. That's the case in Burma, that's the case in Ethiopia, it's a case in a number of acute situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Murtaza. It's always great to connect also the two panels of a session and have your contribution. And because we have only two people raising a hand at this very moment, so we actually might have some time at the end to get response from our panelists. So let's don't take so much space and give a floor to Zandberg.
Hello? Yeah.
Yes,
thank you very much. Yeah, okay. I wish to highlight the situation of the Cham Albanians, where it relates to hate speech in Greece. The Cham Albanians are a distinct cultural group which lived in the area they call Chameria, which is present-day northwestern Greece, for many centuries. An important chapter in the modern history of the Cham Albanian people was their expulsion during World War II, when a large part of the population fled. Greece has well-developed anti-racism legislation and criminalizes hate crimes and hate speech through two specific laws. Hate crimes and hate speech are actively monitored and penalized. Despite these efforts to combat racism, I wish to highlight an important omission in the interpretation and implementation of the anti-hate crime and hate speech laws. Article 2 of the Greek anti-racism law mentions that speech which denies the severity of war crimes, crimes against humanity, the Holocaust and Nazi crimes, where the behavior is directed against a specific group, should be considered hate speech. This applies to crimes which are recognized by international courts or the Greek parliament. However, the crimes committed against the Cham Albanian community during World War II are generally not included into this framework, which means that the Cham Albanian community is not protected by this law. This is often the case in public discourse, where attempts by the community to address their lack of representation and recognition, be it in education, the use of the Albanian language, or the efforts to get their confiscated lands and goods returned, is met by trivializing the committed crimes against the community during World War II. It goes even further. The Cham Albanian community is often targeted as being an accomplice instead of a victim of war crimes, whereby their claims for human rights are subsequently deemed null and void. This false narrative, which is widely promoted within Greece, does not only harm the Cham Albanian community, but also does not do justice to the spirit and ideals of the law to combat hate speech. Blaming the Cham Albanian community for many of the war crimes during World War II is a means to discriminate against the community and should be considered hate speech, just like in all the other situations where the law is applied. Therefore, the recommendations would be trivializing and denying the crimes against humanity committed against the Cham Albanian community should be criminalized as hate speech, just like all the other crimes mentioned in Article 2 of the anti-racism law. And secondly, blaming the Cham Albanian community for being the perpetrators instead of the victims of war crimes should also be considered hate speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like to ask Marina Šupac. for her contribution as well. And with this also, I think that this is the last, and I will close the floor now.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriela. Hi, everyone. My name is Marina Shupak. I'm human rights journalist, documentary filmmaker, and minority representative from the Republic of Moldova. I would like to use this opportunity to urge all the present stakeholders to acknowledge the crucial role of minority youth organizations in developing creative solutions in tackling speech online. And hereby, I would like also to recommend to UN agencies, state institutions, international civil society organizations to empower minority youth organizations and support the initiatives of minority youth in tackling hate speech online, and especially organizations representing minority youth women and organizations including minority youth from the rural areas. Last but not least, I would like to use this opportunity and invite everyone to attend a side event which will start in 30 minutes and is organized by several minority youth organizations from different parts of Europe, namely the Youth Platform of Interethnic Solidarity of Moldova, Yazidi Center for Human Rights of Armenia, Spotlight Team International Arts from the Netherlands, and a group of former OHCHR minority fellows. During this event, which we decided to name Hate Speech Vaccine Minority Youth Laboratory, minority youth leaders from different parts of Europe will share some successful practices which help them to tackle hate speech online in their particular regions. And I will share the Zoom link for this side event shortly in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. And as you actually did very good on time, and everybody was very respecting the rules of today's session, we can still get one more person, which is just signaled in at this very moment, and it's Umut Mijayev. So please, if you can have a 2-minute, you can have your 2-minute intervention. Umut. Mr. Mirzaev.
Добрый день.
Oh, perfect.
Good afternoon. My name is Umut Mirzaev, and I'm the head of the International Eurasia Press Foundation, and I would like to thank you for this possibility to speak before you here today and to take part in this thematic session. It is a wonderful opportunity for me, and I would like to say a few words about the victims of military conflicts. The thing is that currently more than 50 countries have ongoing military conflicts, and people are being deported, and such displaced persons arrive in large numbers in the other countries, and all of this is happening before our eyes. And I think that we should all recognize that a huge role in this, a huge disruptive role in this, is being played by social media and media in general. And they could help us solve this problem. As you all know, at the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s, when the Soviet Union fell apart, that was a disruptive event for many regions, and there were ethnic conflicts in Transnistria, in Chechnya, in the Baltic states, in the different Caucasus regions, and in Central Asia, where I come from, including from my region, from Nagorno-Karabakh, which is currently occupied. More than 20% of Azerbaijani territory is currently being occupied, and this concerns Nagorno-Karabakh and 7 regions around it. And more than 300,000 ethnic Azerbaijanis have been deported, and the media at the time played a hugely destructive role in this conflict, which is why I would like to thank the organizers of this forum, of this webinar, for organizing such a wonderful event and for raising such major questions in just 2 days. Thank you so much for that. I know that we have limited time, so I decided not to read my speech and decided not to repeat what the other speakers have said. I think that we should continue this work, continue organizing such events, and they will be highly useful for future generations to come. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mirzaev, and thank you everybody for participating in this panel today. I know it's not easy actually to keep concentrated and to the point in the online session, but we are doing our best in the situation we are having. We still have 5 more minutes. I think that to summarize the event would be very hard, although I see the special rapporteur Fernand de Warnes also being here with us all the time, so he will have the task to take to another session, which is to bring up the recommendations. So it's not an easy task, but we practically hear an account of great recommendations that were coming from different minorities, highlighted and highlighting and represented minorities, and kind of seeing that actually we need the support from an international perspective, which is the UN and also the European structures to actually bring down to the local level the change. And as we have just 4 minutes left, maybe I can still ask 1 minute intervention from our panelists. There was a question for Thomas. So I don't know if this is something to answer, but if you can, my dear panelists, stick to 1 minute, we can actually get it to the end of the session. And I will start with Thomas if he's ready.
Gabriela, thank you. I will try and power my way through in a minute. So I think local context was raised by Mr. Sheikh, but also by Mr. Raminov, and I think it's an incredibly important point. And one I know that the board members are very much focused on. So the board will have the opportunity to reach out. They are taking serious steps in order to be able to both access and bring in local context and local information from local stakeholders to inform their decisions on cases. And more will be said about that shortly. The other point that was raised was around atrocity prevention. And I just want to go back and reiterate that the board has been set up as a deliberative body. Facebook will still be responsible for taking quick decisions on content as per the mechanisms that they currently have in place. The board then may deliberate on decisions they have taken. There will be an expedited opportunity for expedited cases. But again, I just want to reiterate, initial decisions will still be taken by the company and they'll be reviewed by the board subsequently.
Thank you, Thomas, very much. Julius, you can also have 1 minute reaction or reflection. Please.
Yeah, thank you. 1 point on the legislation. There are many member states that have wonderful legislation combating hate speech, especially when it comes to penal code. However, the problem is applying that legislation. So to look into how many cases are investigated based on that legislation, and then we'll see that that's not the case. And that was the example I gave from Romania. On April 18, 2020, the chief police of Bolintin Valley, south of Bucharest, around 40 kilometers, tortured Roma individuals live. Yeah. So it was open an investigation, but in the end, after 2 months, finally, the chief police of Romania recognized that, in fact, the police officer that tortured people was just suspended for a month. So the problem is the application of the law, even those that we have them.
Thank you, Julius. Eliška, please.
Thank you. Just very quickly, I very much like that the context actually came up, which is as we all know, especially online hate speech or even offline hate speech, and that's a very important aspect, that this is a societal phenomenon that did not start with creation of internet. But this contextual aspect is extremely important because that's what makes actually hate speech so difficult to combat. That's what where we see disparities among different judicial, cultural, historical traditions of member states in the EU, but also beyond. And also our work is very much reflecting on it. What we actually work on here in our European context is very different in contrast to what we, for instance, recently worked on in Ethiopia. And I linked our letter that specifically calls on Facebook to actually adopt the measures to protect local communities that are directly facing the threat of violence. And maybe just finally to say that even though I did not specifically place many of these recommendations to the context or did not mention the minority rights per se, all of them are designed in a way to empower vulnerable and underrepresented groups. And the final point, very final point, one of these solutions, how to actually give the tools to minorities to feel safe and create online safe spaces is, for instance, to advocate for interoperability of large platforms, so they actually have the alternatives and they can move to the spaces and platforms that are community driven by the standards that are being decided by underrepresented groups. Thank you.
Thank you, all the panelists. Thank you, the participants, but most of all, thank you, the organizers of the event today, and especially Tom Lantos Institute that actually put us together today and brought excellent content also yesterday, of course, with the UN. And at this very moment, we are getting to the end of this panel. There is a lunch break ahead of us. So you can actually stay on this link. You can also go out and back if you wish, but this link will be open. And we have a session from 2 o'clock, if I'm not, yes, from 2 o'clock Central European time, which will be on presenting the recommendation. And we have a special UN Special Rapporteur on minority issues, Fernand Devine, who was actually with us all the time. So actually also big applause to him for being here, and thank you very much, everybody. And if there is still some recommendations that were not highlighted, just do not hesitate to share them in this Zoom chat or with the organizer. So thank you, and I wish you a bon appetit. Bye bye.
Excellencies, Special Rapporteur, distinguished colleagues, representatives of the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final session of the second European Regional Forum on Minority Issues. In this session, the list of draft recommendations that have been proposed and collated over the previous 2 days will be presented. The UN Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues, Dr. Fernand de Varenne, will introduce the list of draft recommendations. Following this, Marcus Oda, program manager at the Tom Lantos Institute, will present the list of draft recommendations. The list of recommendations will be viewable for all participants through the Zoom share screen function. Participants that wish to comment on a specific recommendation should send their comments via the Zoom chat function, specifying the number of the recommendation. You will see on the screen that all recommendations are numbered. There are 70 altogether. There will not be an opportunity for further interventions to be made during this session. All submitted comments will be collated and submitted to the Special Rapporteur, who will consider these and finalize the recommendations following the regional forum. These will then be made publicly available. It is my pleasure to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne to introduce the 70 recommendations we have collated.
Merci, Anna Maria. Bonjour tout le monde. Good afternoon, everyone. Guten Tag. Yesterday morning, I referred to one of the functions of regional forums as seeking to make the two-day United Nations Forum held every year in Geneva more accessible and responsive to regional contexts and realities. No one, I don't think anyone, would seriously disagree that the event that we have in Geneva, which is really only about a day and a half, with more than 600 participants, as useful as it is, in reality, most people, if they can intervene, only have about 2 minutes to present their contributions. So no one would argue, I think, that this is sufficient to truly consider or respond to the worldwide diversity, complexities, and challenges. It simply can't be done. And that's why I announced in 2017 the objective of a regional approach to my mandate as Special Rapporteur in order to try to give more space and time to regional voices, insights, experience, and expertise. And in particular, it was intended, and I think we're succeeding in this, to try to enrich the rather, well, we have to admit, a bit rigid format that we have in Geneva by developing recommendations which truly come from and reflect the reality in different regions of the world. So it is for this purpose that you're asked to develop recommendations in each of the thematic sessions. Now, these include recommendations by experts, moderators, interventions of participants, written submissions of recommendations also made prior to and during the regional forum. So I believe you can also still make final recommendations or final comments on the specific recommendations also using the Zoom chat function. Although I stand to be corrected on that if that's not the case. All of the recommendations submitted were collated by the organizers, as you just heard, and part of the process was to remove any duplicates, perhaps put them together, cluster them as much as possible thematically. So we now have about 70, as we've just heard, 70 recommendations that have been extracted from the very rich, and I must say, very large number of suggestions which came out of this regional forum. If I can make a comment, the response has been, I think we could say, overwhelming. But that is great. That is exactly what we were seeking. And if I can quote from former President Barack Obama when he was in front of a huge public crowd in Berlin, wow. The response is, I think, something that we were seeking and which we have achieved. I think it's also important for you to also understand that while the recommendations emanate from this regional forum, it is an event which is organized under my mandate as Special Rapporteur. And ultimately, I will be determining the final set of regional recommendations following the criteria I just mentioned. And as occurred last year, when we had the first 3 regional forums on the issue of education and the languages of minorities, the regional recommendations which will be produced, which will come out this year from the 2 regional forums, will be available to this year's United Nations Forum on Minority Issues, which is being held in, which will be held in November, on the same topic, of course, of social media, hate speech, and minorities. And these will form part of the formal recommendations, which will be contained in my annual report to the United Nations Human Rights Council. But that's not the end of it. Eventually, I hope to be, as special rapporteur, in a position to also use these recommendations to draft guidelines or practical guide on combating hate speech or addressing hate speech in social media, which targets, as we've heard on a number of occasions, mainly minorities. Also, as you've heard yesterday and today, this is clearly one of the great challenges of this period in our history. As I have emphasized, the final recommendations must and will deal with how to address the increase of hate speech in social media, targeting mainly, and in fact, we should say probably in most cases, minorities. So as I'll be concluding later on, I have to emphasize this is part of a process. It is not the final product. There is a process which will continue to try to make the most of the valuable contributions and insights that we've been hearing for the last 2 days. At this point, what we're going to be proceeding to are the recommendations, the draft recommendations themselves. So I will now turn over the floor once again to Ana Maria, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute, who will be moderating your exchanges and discussions during this session. Ana Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Fernand. As you mentioned before, we are going to present these 70 recommendations that have been collated from the recommendations that were submitted to us in the last 2 days, some of them prior to the regional forum. The recommendations will follow the 4 thematic dimensions along which we discussed hate speech, minorities, and social media. And you will see, I would just like to make one point here, that you will see that on the first session where we discuss the causes of hate speech, how prominently and strongly came through the necessity for recognition of minorities and specific protected categories such as caste, in order to empower minorities to claim minority rights. So recognition of minorities and of protected categories, related protected categories, came through extremely emphatically. And also all submissions, most minority submissions, emphasized the necessity of implementation of existing rights along the 4 pillars of minority rights: protection of existence, non-discrimination and equality, identity rights, and a particular emphasis was put on participation as the 4th pillar of minority rights. We tried to do our best when collating the recommendations to reflect the intersection between minority rights, freedom of expression, and general human rights. After these very brief points, I give the floor to my colleague Marcus Oda to start sharing the screen and reading up the recommendations. Finally, please make sure you provide your comments in the chat function based on the number of the specific recommendation your comment relates to. Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Anna Maria, and thank you, Fernand, and thank you to all of the participants that provided us recommendations. I'll now start reading them, starting with session 1, which was devoted to the causes, scale, and impact of hate speech targeting minorities in social media. Recommendation 1, states should effectively implement the human rights of minorities. States should address concerns about the situations of minorities in other states on the basis of international human rights law, international cooperation, and the conduct of friendly relations. Such concerns should not be regarded as a threat to state sovereignty. Number 2, bilateral and multilateral agreements should include minority rights as a means to enhance the full and effective realization of the human rights of minorities. Number 3, intergovernmental organizations and states should provide full recognition of minorities and distinct grounds of discrimination such as anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Gypsyism, caste, and other grounds necessary for the full and effective realization of minority rights. International organizations such as the UN and the EU should recognize hate speech based on anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Gypsyism, caste, and other distinctive forms of hate. Number 5, states should prioritize democratic citizenship, human rights education, digital literacy, critical thinking, and other educational practices in national curricula in order to counter hate speech, racism, and other forms of hate. Number 6, social and economic inequality, particularly in relation to minorities, should be addressed as a root cause of hate speech, including scapegoating and incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. Number 7, states should elaborate long-term comprehensive policies for combating negative stereotypes of and discrimination against minority individuals and groups, and promote intercultural understanding by, among other things, the teaching of the culture and history of minorities in the national curriculum. Clear standards should be elaborated in order to help the evaluation of textbooks from the perspective of intercultural education, including standardized content analysis. Majority students should be explicitly encouraged to learn the culture and language of minority communities to develop better understanding of and empathy for relevant minority situations. Number 8, states, together with all relevant stakeholders, should ensure the right of minorities to mother tongue education and promote the benefits of multilingualism as a means of reducing tensions, preventing hate speech, conflicts, and discrimination based on language. Number 9, states should provide lessons and courses on the negative consequences of bullying and discrimination against adolescents and children belonging to minorities in secondary educational institutions, including such actions that take place on the internet. Number 10, media pluralism should be encouraged, including facilitation of access to and ownership of media by minority, indigenous, and other groups, including media in their own languages. Local empowerment through media pluralism facilitates the emergence of hate speech capable of countering racist hate speech.
Marcus, just a minute. I let you take a breath, and I encourage participants to please submit your comments based on the number of recommendation. Thank you, Marcus.
Thank you. I will now continue with the recommendations that we received under theme 2, which was devoted to international legal and institutional frameworks. Recommendation number 11, international organizations should be more active and effective in minority protection and ensure that states engage with minority protection as a matter of international cooperation. Number 12, a multi-stakeholder approach, including states, regulatory bodies, online actors, and minorities, should be established for the effective implementation of a comprehensive regulatory and policy framework that provides for a range of differentiated and complementary strategies needed to effectively combat all types of hate speech in all its manifestations. This should comprise civil and criminal law measures, as well as information, educational, and cultural measures. It should also include suitable preventive, remedial, and where necessary, punitive measures to counter and respond to hate speech. Number 13, states should report on measures taken to combat hate speech, including hate speech targeting minorities, as part of their commitments to achieving the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals. Number 14, in accordance with Article 9 of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Persons Belonging to National or Ethnic, Religious, and Linguistic Minorities, the specialized agencies and other organizations of the UN should explicitly and emphatically urge states to implement fully and effectively the human rights of minorities. Number 15, governments and tech companies should be guided by and expressly reference the Rabat Principles and the Rabat Plan of Action when dealing with hate speech, including hate speech targeting minorities at the global level. The Rabat threshold test helps determine whether a given piece of content may meet the threshold established in international human rights law to justify the criminalization of hate speech by governments and its removal by social media companies. Context, the speaker, intent, content and form, extent of the speech, and likelihood of incitement. Number 16, states should implement hate speech related recommendations of the OSCE, including those contained in its recent OSCE Human Dimension commitments and state responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, and its Tallinn guidelines on national minorities and the media in the digital age. Number 17, the European Union should create a systematic legal and policy framework for automated decision-making systems, online platforms, and data-based business models that ensure the protection and promotion of freedom of expression and other fundamental rights. This should address algorithms that drive the content distribution across platforms and which amplify hate speech and other forms of potentially harmful content. Number 18, Open Internet Regulation of the European Union 2015-2120, Article 3.2, should be amended to remove protections for content which would be considered as incitement to hatred under international human rights law, particularly Article 20, subsection 2 of the ICCPR, as well as the Rabat Plan of Action, and to allow for the establishment of an institutional framework by which national regulatory authorities and the body of European regulators for electronic communications would create single points of contact for NGOs and human rights organizations to bring to their attention websites that would undermine this body of international human rights law. Number 19, the European Commission Digital Services Act should ensure that hate speech, as defined by the existing EU Code of Conduct on countering illegal hate speech, is not permitted on any online platform, including smaller alternative ones. Number 20, the European Commission Digital Services Act should provide guidance and encouragement for platforms to adopt and use the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance definition of anti-Semitism to identify and counter anti-Semitic content. Number 21, the European Commission Digital Services Act should ensure the availability of data to better understand the mechanisms by which hate speech spreads online, while respecting privacy and the protection of personal data. Catalogs of symbols and tropes and mapping of the flow of conspiracies online can be useful starting points. Number 22, states should support the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance work on the creation of materials that may better inform national and international bodies on the development, enactment, and interpretation of Holocaust denial laws.
Thank you, Marcus. You can have a little rest now while I will be thanking for all the comments submitted. I would like to mention or point out that whenever we use the term minority in this text, we use it we're using implying reference to ethnic or national, linguistic, and religious minorities. We didn't spell out all these categories employed by the UN, but we will insert this into the final text. Thank you for all your recommendations, comments. Please continue to submit them. Back to you, Marcus.
Thank you. I'm now going to continue with the recommendations that we received under theme 3, which was the regulation of online hate speech, the role and responsibility of intergovernmental organizations, states, internet companies, and social media platforms. The first category will just be general recommendations that we're targeting any or all of these different institutions. So number 23, all stakeholders should ensure the governance alignments between laws and regulations of governmental authorities and content moderation and oversight mechanisms of internet platforms. 24, initiatives to address hate speech should use a holistic approach that minimizes the distinction between online and offline forms of hate speech, while keeping in mind that such differences do exist. Such initiatives should be constructive, positive, and mindful of the local context. Number 25, hate speech regulations should distinguish between spontaneous individual manifestations of hate speech and purposeful hate speech campaigns. Number 26, all stakeholders should contribute to the improved coverage, comparability, and quality of government statistics and encourage standardized reporting from large tech companies, including search platforms. Number 27, all stakeholders should develop methods for identifying expressions that amount to advocacy of hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. Number 28, all stakeholders should identify emergent minority categories, including protected characteristics that are targeted by hateful content. Number 29, in cases where authors and disseminators of hate speech are anonymous, states and internet service providers should ensure the availability of avenues for the disclosure of their identity. The next set of recommendations are targeted towards international organizations. Number 30, international organizations should develop soft law principles and standards that would impose accountability and due diligence requirements on internet companies, social media platform owners, media organizations, as well as on educational institutions and civil society in order to prevent the spread of hatred, the stigmatization of minority communities, and in the most extreme cases, incitement to violence against members of minorities. Number 31, international organizations should involve, empower, and support the work of minority youth and NGOs working on the promotion and protection of minority rights and on countering hate speech. Number 32, international organizations should provide relevant technical assistance to states to counter hate speech. Number 33, the body of European regulators for electronic communications or other relevant bodies, such as national regulatory authorities, should continually work on lists of internet addresses that should be blocked by search engines in Europe in accordance with online hate speech laws and share such lists with search engine companies. Number 34, international organizations such as the United Nations, the European Union, and the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance should engage in dialogue on issues related to the denial and distortion of Holocaust-era crimes. The following recommendations were made to states. Number 35, states should adopt a broader set of policy measures to combat hate speech in a manner consistent with international human rights law, including policies aimed at dismantling prejudices, promoting diversity, and protecting and advancing minority rights. Number 36, states should develop national legislation and institutional mechanisms, including properly resourced national human rights institutions or non-discrimination bodies to counter hate speech and address incitement to hatred with the meaningful participation of minority representatives. Number 37, states should launch formal and regular training programs related to Holocaust denial laws for the law enforcement, the judiciary, and civil society stakeholders, such as journalists and educators. Protections should be provided for scholars, educators, journalists, writers, and general researchers who engage in, present, and publish bona fide, data-driven research on Holocaust-era crimes. Number 38, national, regional, and local government representatives should refrain from the racist rhetoric that normalizes and encourages xenophobic reactions. Number 39, states should determine the responsibilities of internet service providers and social media platforms in relation to hate speech in accordance with international human rights law, particularly on the right to freedom of expression. Number 40, states should ensure that the authors of content that amounts to incitement to hatred face appropriate criminal and/or civil sanctions in line with international human rights law, particularly Article 20, subsection 2 of the ICCPR and the Rabat Plan of Action, including the requirements of legality, legitimacy, necessity, and proportionality. Number 41, states should provide in their legal systems standing and support for those targeted by hate speech to bring proceedings that seek to remove, within a reasonable time frame, content that would be considered as incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence under international human rights law. Number 42, states should ensure that individuals who have suffered cognizable harm as a result of hate speech that is prohibited under international human rights law, particularly Article 20, subsection 2 ICCPR and the Rabat Plan of Action, have access to justice and remedies. Number 43, states should ensure special attention is paid to countering hate speech targeting minorities during election cycles, guided by existing recommendations such as those of Equinet. The next set of recommendations were made to internet companies and social media platforms. Number 44, social media companies should put human rights at the center of their content moderation practices. Freedom of expression should have a central role alongside the principles of equality and non-discrimination, with a specific focus on protected characteristics such as anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Gypsyism, caste, and other grounds. As laid out in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, social media companies should evaluate how their products and services affect human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities, and make that information available through public and transparent periodic human rights impact assessments. Such human rights impact assessments must address hate speech and its impact on minority communities, and companies must show how they are addressing recommendations made by these reports. Social media companies should ensure that their hate speech policies include an evaluation of context, including the harm to persons belonging to minorities, by ensuring that human beings are involved in the application of any use of automation or artificial intelligence tools. Number 47, social media companies should establish councils, committees of minority representatives from those groups most at risk of hate speech and violence to advise on their content policies and moderation practices. Number 48, fact checkers and content moderators should be educated about anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Gypsyism, caste-based hate, and other forms of hate. Number 49, Platforms should design consent and privacy policies in a way that facilitates informed choice for users and is compliant with data protection laws. Users have to be able to exercise control over information they receive and impart. In practice, they should have tools to exclude certain content from algorithmic personalization, as well as certain sources of content recommended to them. Number 50, in order to return the agency back to online users, online platforms should properly disclose that a user is or will be subject to algorithmic decision-making, including personalized content curation. Number 51, linguistic diversity of over 3 billion social media users, including minorities, should be accommodated. The community guidelines, standards, or rules should be translated in at least all supported languages of any platform. Automated detections should include more languages, especially the most commonly used. Finally, human moderators should be increased to advise on local cultures and contexts, including minority cultures and contexts. Number 52, internal definition, interpretation, and application of hate speech standards should be elaborated and shared publicly to ensure better protection for minorities, but also enable minority activists to share evidence of human rights abuses and violations. Number 53, social media companies should ensure that persons belonging to minorities, as amongst those most affected by hate speech, are involved in analyzing the context and content of hate speech and identifying the most effective tools to address its harms. Number 54, the recommender algorithms should be subjected to human rights or minority rights assessments to prevent any inadvertent intolerant suggestions. Mozilla has launched an initiative for people to download software that will monitor YouTube's recommendations to users. Number 55, social media companies should be able to identify dog whistle rhetoric, that is rhetoric implying and inciting hate without explicitly stating it, to prevent such material from spreading. Number 56, hate speech removal data needs to be disaggregated by protected characteristics, type or severity of hate speech, and by categories of actors, such as dangerous organizations and individuals, along with key drivers for increased occurrences, such as before elections and after terrorist attacks. Data on removals should be accompanied with accuracy of automated removal systems. Academic researchers, organizations, and other stakeholders should be given access to data for independent analysis and to ensure transparency. Number 57, social media companies should develop and adopt alternatives to banning of accounts and removal of content, including de-amplification and demonetization, education, counter-speech, the promotion of human rights and positive social values, as well as reporting and training, which promotes alternative and positive narratives about persons belonging to minorities. This may be done in coordination with national human rights institutions or international NGOs. Finally, number 58, social media companies should offer 2 layers of appeal with far more detailed and transparent processes before there is a right to appeal to an independent regulator or oversight mechanism. A full body of cases should be published to ensure transparency.
Marcus, take a short, take a short break now, take a breath. In the meantime, I would like to thank you for all the comments submitted, very specifically related to each recommendation. We are very, very thankful for all these additions and specifications, which I am sure will be taken into account by the special rapporteur when finalizing the draft recommendations. Marcus, are you ready to go?
Yes, we can continue, and I'll now move on to the last set of recommendations, which were submitted under session 4, towards a safer space for minorities, positive initiatives to address online hate speech, the role of national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders. Number 59, national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders should prioritize initiatives to counter online expressions of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Gypsyism, caste-based hatred, and other forms of racism and xenophobia, while ensuring the participation of minorities. Number 60, national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders should build and strengthen partnerships with each other and with minority communities. All minority groups should be provided equitable representation. Number 61, national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders should help to ensure safe spaces for minorities to discuss issues related to hate speech. Number 62, national human rights institutions, including equality bodies, should have the necessary resources and be sufficiently empowered to effectively counter hate speech. Number 63, national human rights institutions, human rights organizations, civil society, and other stakeholders should support and promote research on manifestations of hate speech, as well as academic collaboration across regions in order to foster meaningful outputs and effective contributions in the context of applied research. They should also collect and make available data on hate speech. Number 64, minorities should build coalitions with each other at the international, national, and local levels to effectively counter online hate speech and to exchange experiences. Number 65, minorities should monitor and counter hate speech within their own institutions, media, and communities. Number 66, human rights and civil society organizations, including minority organizations, should advocate digital tech corporations to counter growing online hate speech based on anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Gypsyism, caste, and other grounds, and ensure that measures to address hate speech are incorporated into corporate human rights due diligence processes and requirements. Number 67, human rights and civil society organizations, including minority organizations, should be included in formal and informal educational activities about the negative consequences of hate speech, including in schools and universities. Number 68, media institutions should promote correct, equitable representation of minority groups and include information about human rights, diversity, non-discrimination, and prejudice in their reporting. Number 69, media representations of minorities should be based on principles of respect, fairness, and the avoidance of stereotyping. Media should avoid referring unnecessarily to race, ethnicity, religion, and other group characteristics in a manner that may promote intolerance. And finally, number 70, media institutions should provide accurate and objective information about the COVID-19 pandemic without hate speech, disinformation, stereotypes, and without unnecessarily referring to factors such as race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, for presenting the recommendations collated on the basis of written submissions and interventions. The comments submitted in the chat function are equally important, and they will be taken into consideration as it will be made clear by the special rapporteur. We now have the final list of recommendations from the European Regional Forum 2020. It's quite incredible. Thank you to everyone that has proposed recommendations and provided their input on the list. Following the closing session, the list will be finalized by the special rapporteur as indicated before. Finally, I would now like to give the floor to Dr. Fernand de Varenne for the last time for his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ana Maria. Distinguished experts, panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the end is near. Welcome back for this last leg of the journey. But first, let me congratulate and thank you. I start with congratulations because, well, despite the pandemic, which forced us to rely completely on an online platform to hold our regional forums this year, these have been 2 days of extremely fruitful and thoughtful discussions, of sharing of expertise and insights, and of course, especially drafting these recommendations. And as Ana Maria has said, we will be taking into account all of the suggestions you've just sent to us through the chat function, and we will be finalizing those recommendations based also on your last suggestions for changes. We are experiencing Zoom fatigue. But what I've noticed is something that I've never experienced with an online conference before, where the number of participants during the last session has actually increased. That's what we had, it seems, on this second day, where the number of participants increased this afternoon, and even I think surpassed those that were initially registered for our last session. This regional forum, as I just said, succeeded beyond our wildest dreams in what was really one of the main objectives for this forum, to get a more regional expertise, perspective, and understanding, but also points of views and suggestions on how to address the extremely complex but topical issue of hate speech, social media, and minorities. Despite the limitations of this format, it seems to me that we had yesterday and today some of the most focused recommendations and discussions that I've ever seen. We had also about 250 registered participants initially for the forum, so that the level of overall participation and the quantity and breadth of the recommendations we've received are truly impressive. Let me emphasize that. I've never seen anything better yet, actually. Now, I'll not try to summarize all of the experts' panelists' contributions in our four sessions on the causes, scale, and impact of hate speech, targeting minorities in social media. I will make a few observations and a few comments, perhaps, however. It's clear that the international legal and institutional framework, the regulation of online hate speech, and measures for a safer space for minorities through positive initiatives to address online hate speech were our main focus. But I think what we have heard and the recommendations we have been receiving go much beyond that, are much richer and deeper understanding and suggestions for future action and consideration. You'll recall, however, that one of the aims for the regional forum is to complement the UN Forum in Geneva by providing additional fora which are more accessible and responsive to regional context and realities. The contributions of the expert panelists were for this purpose illuminating and I would say inspiring reflections on the dimensions of hate speech which they addressed for all of us and our task to make recommendations. So they were there in terms of expert panelists to feed us, to inspire us, to inform us, and to actually lead us to perhaps focus on what is possible, what is needed to better protect the voices of minorities in terms of social media. So that the contributions of the panelists can continue to inspire and their knowledge be recalled and referred to, I believe that the Tom Lantos Institute will be putting up the statements of the panelists and the opening statements on Monday morning when they are available and with the permissions of the speakers. I mentioned this because I think that what we have been sharing the last 2 days is not something that should be lost. It's a very, in my opinion, a very rare occasion where the space is actually given, particularly to minorities, but also to others, at this kind of level of sophistication and understanding, so that I hope by making these statements available, we will actually make sure that they don't evaporate or are forgotten. While I indicate I'll not summarize the content and insights of the panelists or of the official statements that we had, allow me to make a few brief observations of some of the main thrusts of these 2 days of exchanges, beginning by one which may perhaps have gone unnoticed. Many, if not most of those of minority backgrounds have been warning us, in fact, sometimes implicitly, sometimes more or less directly, that hate speech, it's the scale of it, but also its ferocity is in fact increasing, dramatically so in the last few years in some cases. In other words, and this is a point which I do hope we remember, the situation is getting worse, not better. And that's despite the growing number of initiatives and legislation which has been put in place. Now, it's still perhaps early in the day to evaluate how some of these initiatives and new legislation and new legislative framework will operate. But the reality is that in fact, things are not improving. And I think we have to start thinking that perhaps there are gaps, lacuna, and perhaps these recommendations can help by focusing on what these are and what ought to be done additionally. I'll be very frank, it's not clear to me how more free speech will help the situation if moderate voices, including that of minorities themselves, is drowned out or rendered invisible in a tsunami of more hate speech, more intolerance and racism, because that's actually what we are seeing right now. There are calls to violence which still seemingly flows freely, with little or no consequences for those who can propagate misinformation and disinformation across borders with, once again, I think we have to be honest here, with impunity. And this we have to be careful with. And I think many of the recommendations actually touch on this, but perhaps doesn't spell it out sufficiently. More free speech must never mean more free hate speech. And we have to ask ourselves, are we allowing social media to profit from hate? Should there be algorithmic accountability, I think is an expression that I heard, with liability instead of profit imposed, since as we've also heard, the business model of many social media platforms benefit from amplifying prejudice, racism, and even hate and conspiracies. I think we all know this, but we have to focus on whether we need to take more direct measures so that hate must not pay and minorities must not die because of the hate which can find a platform, sometimes through social media. And if I can be perfectly blunt and less polite than perhaps many or some of the panelists, it is important to work constructively with social media platform owners. This is always to be preferred. There is absolutely no doubt. And I'll nuance some of my statements a little bit later on. But can it not be claimed that currently the approach has been perhaps too timid in relation to what some have described as the greatest propaganda for profit machines in history, reaching, as we've heard, billions in the space of hours with little risk or liability? But there are difficulties, obviously, and it was mentioned also yesterday how algorithms have become independent, or it was implied at one point, and therefore difficult to deal with when referring to the reach and impact in social media. Now, let me opine here in that we should not be bamboozled by technology. Behind every algorithm, there is a human being. We're not dealing with some kind of mystical products of unfathomable artificial intelligence. These algorithms sometimes seem to privilege, as we've heard, lies and hate over truth, giving conspiracists and racists a relatively free platform to amplify their views and reach billions, spreading, for example, the oldest conspiracy in history, that Jews are somehow dangerous. You can replace that conspiracy with other hate speech lies that demonize Roma, that dehumanize, for example, Muslims or individuals of different castes, or any number of minorities and somehow dangerous or not deserving of respect. So social media have already been used to commit hate crimes, even acts of atrocities against humanity, and even acts of genocide. We have to acknowledge that. So let me repeat it. It is getting worse, not better. So much more needs to be done to protect the main targets and those who are most vulnerable, and these are minorities. We've heard some of those elements. Some of the recommendations, in fact, many recommendations identify the more specifics of what ought to be done. But I wanted to respond and perhaps react to what was underlying many of the observations and input from perhaps more minority participants. On the other hand, quite clearly, freedom of expression must always be respected. But clearly also in freedom of expression in international law must always be the main reference point for members of the international community, but it recognizes also the possibility of regulation by necessary legislation to protect the human rights of others, including, obviously, the human rights of those particularly targeted minorities. Now, this dimension has to be looked at more closely. Some of the recommendations that go along those lines. But even, as we've also heard, even where national legislation is in place, it's not always enforced, period. Quite often, I would even suggest in some cases, in relation to some minorities, particularly when it comes to hate speech directed against minorities. The issue of self-regulation of some of the social media platform owners is also something that came up, sometimes too opaque, although there are moves to make it more visible, more transparent, as we've heard. Sometimes it is also under-resourced. And that is also a danger where it can make a mockery of commitments to fight online hate speech. To use an English expression, the proof of the pudding is in the eating, which means that the real value of something should be judged from practical experience or results and not just only appearance. And right now, though it may still be early, the pudding doesn't look very good. There is yet no perceivable improvement. There is no downward trend in relation to the scale of hate speech targeting minorities in social media. Remember that. We are not, absolutely not, seeing a downward trend when it comes to hate speech targeting minorities. It's not clear that social media platforms sufficiently incorporate or take into account minority vulnerability in their awareness raising, their policy documents, in their human rights impact assessments, or in assessing or assisting, rather, minorities to counter speech, hate speech. I know some of the recommendations actually do raise these issues. I just wanted to react to them because I think they are quite important. And this brings me to another general observation. Very, very few of the initiatives from international or regional organizations, or at least not enough of these, direct acknowledge the scale and ferocity of hate speech against minorities directly. Not enough is being done in this regard. Despite available data, some of it which we spoke about yesterday, it seems to be the case that everywhere minorities are the main targets of hate speech. And as I said yesterday, where data is available, it seems 70%, 80% or more of hate speech and hate crimes target minorities, national or ethnic, linguistic, and religious minorities. And we mustn't forget either that immigrants and refugees are almost all of minorities of one kind or another also. Now, there are positive steps. There are experiences, documents, instruments of some kind, such as the Rabat Plan of Action on the prohibition of the advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, which is one United Nations initiative, clearly and often refers to minorities as the main target of hate speech. But overall, in many of the other initiatives at the European level or the international level, it is somewhat disappointing that there does not seem to be sufficiently acknowledged, considered, or addressed directly in initiatives from the regional international level. Despite some talk of anti-Semitism sometimes, or Islamophobia, or anti-Gypsyism, there is not sufficient acknowledgement of the minority dimension generally. Because only referring to a few minority groups means that we're running out of descriptive. What about hate speech against Asians? Or what about hate speech against people of color? Or what about, as we've heard, hate speech against individuals because of their caste? These are also different groups of minorities. And yet in some of the initiatives that we do have in relation to hate speech, it is too narrow by not including all minorities, or minorities more generally, that are the main targets of hate speech today when it comes to extremists and racists who are scapegoating and dehumanizing minorities. Having said that, it was made abundantly clear that we are facing a hugely complex interaction between freedom of expression, the allowable restrictions in international law to protect the human rights of minorities by law where necessary, and the obligation to prohibit advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, or violence. It was also made abundantly clear that there needs to be clarity, and certainly offered some kind of international legal framework as an essential element. But this also was made clearly that this is not a sufficient element. There need to be regimes of accountability for the main actors involved. Social media platform owners, yes. States sometimes, yes. But also individuals who are producing and spreading hate speech. But that's only part of the equation. You need a much more complex and formidable way to address hate speech. And that includes, as was mentioned previously, constructive dialogues and collaboration and positive awareness raising programs and other measures to counter hate speech, but also misinformation and disinformation which is around it. Education. Awareness programs are part of the measures that need to be looked at. I noted that there can be prohibitions or restrictions to hate speech, which does not involve criminalization. I want to mention that because to criminalize certain hate speech is not the only tool in the toolbox to address hate speech itself. It may be necessary to protect it is necessary to protect the human rights of minorities, but it also is necessary, if we've heard, to look at the accountability of platform owners, the final financial liability of these owners themselves, which in many countries is in fact, or it seems to be non-existent, even where there is liability, which is attributed, for example, to traditional minority. This difference of treatment perhaps is long overdue in terms of being considered as necessarily effective in the current context. Of course, I know it's difficult with social media, which don't necessarily exist physically in one country, but it's still like that, which has been brought up and has to be looked at more closely. So just to be clear, the international community still has much more to do, obviously, in order to define hate speech, though there are some definitions floating around, where states can say, and I would say must adopt the proper balancing act for regulation as suggested in provisions such as Article 19 of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which is supposed to be the reference point for human rights in this area, including for all European states that require regulation of hate and other speech in order to protect the human rights of minorities, and also require greater clarity and guidance where there is an international legal obligation to prohibit, not only through criminalization, but also other appropriate means to prohibit advocacy of national, racial, or religious hatred that constitutes incitement to discrimination, hostility, and violence. It was quite often referred to. I just want to mention it very quickly. We need disaggregated data on hate speech. It needs, because this is critical to identify those who are the main victims of hate speech and hate crimes. They are minorities, but we need the disaggregated data so that we can design, including governments can design effective solutions. You cannot develop effective solutions and tools unless you have this data, because you need to tailor the steps, the measures to address the problem where it mainly lies. And unfortunately, if there is no reliable data on which to base policies and other measures to combat hate speech and hate crimes, these measures will not be effective. Policies and ensuring respect for human rights at this critical juncture cannot rely solely or cannot be solely based on repression. The core issue which has allowed the situation to turn into a virus, which is poisoning our societies, must also be addressed. And I will almost end with perhaps a more general observations. As Averroes, the Arab philosopher, pointed out, ignorance leads to fear, fear leads to hate, and hate leads to violence. Education and awareness raising and the promotion of inclusive societies need also be an important part of the mix of measures to dam this tsunami, as was described by the UN Secretary General last year, to tackle what he called the disturbing groundswell of xenophobia, racism, and intolerance, and to prevent social media from being exploited as platforms for bigotry and becoming the greatest propaganda tool in history, and for some to benefit by it. So in conclusion, let me mention again what I shared with you earlier. This regional forum is part of a process. It's not an end in itself. It's a process which will be continuing next year. Although we haven't done this before, I've come to the realization that my mandate should probably also from now on forward the appropriate recommendations to whom they are addressed. Because some of the recommendations are addressed to different parties, including social media platform owners, European institutions, and so forth. Now, in the past, the recommendations that emanate from my mandate were essentially only presented to the United Nations Human Rights Council. I think that a new approach should actually probably be explored as, in a sense, an outcome of yesterday and today's regional forum, as a procedure which should be part of other established practices under my mandate. So already you are having an impact in terms of what you have done will probably lead to change approaches, and that we should, in terms of the UN's mandate as special rapporteur, directly forward the final recommendations to the appropriate bodies. We've never done that before, but I think we will. The recommendations will continue to be worked on, obviously, and used at various stages, as I mentioned earlier, including being available for participants at the upcoming forum in Geneva, and hopefully to inspire and contribute to the eventual drafting of practical guidelines or other initiatives with the United Nations. I hope that the two regional forums, this one and the next one in October for Asia Pacific, these two forums that we'll be holding before the Geneva Forum will allow us to contribute more in what is, as we've heard, one of the central challenges of this particular point in time in a changing, uncertain, and stressful world. So I'm looking forward to working with many of you in these next steps in the process, including at the Geneva Forum for those who can make it. And by way of conclusion, on a much more positive note, let me now turn to congratulations and thanks, because I believe these regional forums and what you have contributed can make a difference. Organizing regional forums when you are an independent special rapporteur is not a simple nor an easy task. And it would not be possible without the support and contributions of many, many parties. So thank you first to the chairs, the moderators of the 4 sessions for their steady hands for a task well done in a format which is not always easy to navigate. In fact, this is a format which we had to develop with the Tom Lantos Institute because of the challenges of the online process. So thank you, Astrid, Francesco, Nazila, and Gabriela for your guidance in our 4 sessions. You have made all of them extremely successful and extremely interesting. Thank you to the moderators. This regional forum has been, and I will repeat this, in my opinion, absolutely outstanding in terms of the depth and the breadth of the insights and contributions made by the experts. It's been one of the richest, most illuminating regional forums we have had up to now, and I hope we'll be able to continue to pick the brains of many of the experts who sat on our panels. So let me say to all the panelists, Murtaza, Kyriaki, Sejal, Andre, Antonia, Tarlach, Fadze, Hannah, Thomas, Julius, and Ilishka, well done and thank you. My thanks also to the interpreters. This is our first experience with interpreters on an online platform. I think that you did a splendid job, even at times which were perhaps more challenging. So to the interpreters, spasiba большое. Thank you very much. Among those who have contributed by supporting and collaborating on the organization of this first 2020 Regional Forum on Hate Speech, Social Media, and Minorities, let me express my gratitude to the Federal Ministry of the Republic of Austria, to Eurac Research in Bolzano, Bozen, to the European Center for Minority Issues, the Federal Union of European Nationalities, the Ludwig Boltzmann Institute for Human Rights, Minority Rights Group, United for Intercultural Action, and the Zara NGO. Thank you. And if I've omitted any partner organization, my apologies in advance for that fault. But these organizations were essential to make sure we had as much as possible, a balance in the contributions and the experts and participants for this regional forum. And once again, I think we've succeeded very well in that regard. To all of the staff and team from Tom Lantos Institute, as well as Lydia from the United Nations Forum staff in Geneva, for the many weeks, even months, and the long hours of work, while it seems, under some stress for the preparations of this first online regional forum, I wanted to thank you, of course, and to point out to all of the participants that this is, once again, in my opinion, an extremely well-structured and coherently organized Zoom conference. Now, it may seem that all was always running smoothly and naturally, but let me assure you that there was a lot of action behind the scenes by the many members of the Tom Lantos team, and you probably had a rather sleepless night last night. But for all of that, all those commitments, all those sacrifices, thank you once again for making this regional forum a success. And I do hope I don't forget anyone, but because I want to name the members of the Tom Lantos team. Sean, Evelyn, Nicoletta, Marcus, and Daniel, and I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. If I did, forgive me, please. Thank you. You can go rest with a smile very, very soon. To Ana Maria, the director of the Tom Lantos Institute. Ana Maria, your assistance, your audacity, and courage even in embarking on this journey where you had a few who said could not be done, and your dedication, once again, contributions to this regional forum is indeed very much appreciated and acknowledged. It could never have happened without you and the Tom Lantos Institute. Köszönöm. Finally, and especially, thanks to all of you who as participants experts, representatives from the OHCHR, Council of Europe, OSCE, ECRE, UNESCO, state representatives, and all of the participants. You are at the center of the regional forum, who may have come from far away, and with whom I hope we can work together to make a better world, but also a better forum. And most especially, I wish to thank you and hope that you will be able to continue to contribute to a better understanding and guidance on how to more better improve recognition and implementation of the human rights of minority. Thanks to all of you. I look forward to continuing to work with many of you, as this is obviously going to be a very long road to travel to find a difficult but necessary balance. And one last comment. I'm happy also that we're finishing on time. By the way, have you noticed how punctual these sessions have been? Congratulations to everyone who have collaborated to make that possible. That's very rarely the case. But I'm especially happy that we're finishing on time, as there is a hurricane heading my way in Eastern Canada, and it should be arriving in a few hours. And even the power may actually go off in a few hours. So the timing is perfect. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks to you all, and stay safe and healthy. And I hope to be able to meet and work with some of you in the near future. Auf Wiedersehen. Au revoir. Thank you.